Alright folks, welcome back everyone. 皆さんお帰りなさい。今日は393日目です。It is day 393. Bit of a late start. Yesterday we had to cut some corners yesterday, so let's get right on task today. WaniKani went off without a hitch usually. Let's get into this. Bit on the tire side. I took an R&R break before today, so starting a little bit later than usual. And oh.
聴力執筆募集
生徒党員
下旬
葬式序文huh. It's random, right? Complex. 衛生先祖Oh, just kidding.弾丸生卵目類永遠刑事 Hmm? Oh, wait. Koichi is something else. Right.
田舎 漁師
Yoshi.
反抗する
旬
Shin. What? What? Or I'm typing
銭湯
Sento. My T might not be working. Okay. Oh. Or farsighted? Oh,
老眼
Rogan. Oops.
机
複数
Su.
盗聴
Ocho.
順序
Junjo.
ケーキ
Keki.
従順
Jujun.
採用
Ayo.
仮想
Kaso.
葬る
Omuru.
絹
New.
聴者
Osha.
欲しい
Oshi.
上順 お水
Osui.
漁船
Yozen. Yosen.
交代
Outai.
香水
Osui. Uh,
破線
Asen.
勝者
Osha.
わけ
Wake. うーん。
奇跡。
奇跡。Oops.
戦
戦
闘
闘。
食欲。
削減
削減。Uh-oh.
汚れる
これで。
漁業
うん。
温
温
床。
床。Oh.
崩壊
崩壊。
眉間。
掲載
掲載。
掲
掲げ
げる。
る。
戦
戦
う
う。
終
終身
身刑。
刑。
大抵
大抵。
ゆで卵。
取る
取る。臨
臨時。
時。
彫
彫
刻
刻。
輻射。
輻射。
弊社死
死
刑
刑。
刑
刑
罰。
罰。Oops. うん。 Oh, it's gone. This is like an infection. なんか感
感
染
染
書
小
籍
石
雑音温かい
昇進伝
伝染
染病
病
弾
弾
む
む
応
応
募
募応募
望む
共産党
肉欲
公園恵
恵
む
む
刑事
刑事温暖
削
削
る
る削る
昭和講義
講義
知
知
恵
恵知恵
さくらんぼ
さくらんぼ
自衛
家
医師
医師
眉
眉
削除
削除
英訳
恩人
恩人
訳
訳
す
す
わ
ワン
染める
刑
刑務
務所
所。
ケーキ
ケーキ。Oops.
光線
光線。
久
久
しい
しい。
銭
or 銭。うん。
採
採
血
血。採血。
崩す
す。うん
狙い
狙い。
累
累
進
進。Oops.
臨界卵
桜色
雑費
雑記。うん。
欲
欲
求
求。Well, these are. Do they just want an S on them?
役者
役者。
あと
あと、
死亡弾
弾
力
力。
賛成
賛成。Oops.
意欲
意欲。意欲。買
買う
う。買う。
傷
傷。
血液自民党
戻る
眼球
おー、
や
やけ
けど
どと
執着
投資
投資
聞く
く
取る
取る
人
銀
通
通
訳
訳通訳
桜
液
液
体
体
陣営
営
抵
抵抗
抗する
する
和
和
訳
訳
成
成
績
績grades okay sure
功績類が
reader oh reader うんoh
採算
祖母
祖母
おでん遺跡
席leave behind trace oh this うん
測る
ある
桜肉
派遣
天
狙撃紹介
衛生
使う
社会と
しゃべる
Baby.
破る
Yabudu.
祖父
Tofu.
契約
Yaku.
永久
Yaku.
訳語
Kokoro. Oh. Oh, I thought it was
志
Kokorosashi.
Tama
Bokin.
Hmm.
募る
Tsunoru.
台湾
Taiwan. Alright. 180 down with a lesson? Oh, it's probably off of one of the... Yep. Okay. Narrow margin. A little... Oh, yeah. Okay. Refers to small difference. Like winning or losing by a hair. Yeah.
金
Incha. Insa. Fine by me.
僅差
Alright. Making time. 30 minutes for 180. Keep on task. Got like extra load today from yesterday. Alright. Oh, today's day 4. So tomorrow's gonna be a light day. Might squeeze something in for tomorrow. Today is all about being brisk and then recovering some time. Okay. Cho hop. Cho shine. Yo. Ryo. Fishing. Go. Preparation. Yeah. Punish. Oh. Recruit. Shu. Shitsu. Shitsu. Shu. Shitsu. Tenacious. Rui. Base. Oh. Crumble. Han. Afflicted. Although. Return. Oh. Confront. E. Resist. Inu. Silk. Jun. Shun. In season. One. Off. Gaku. Explode. Dan. Bullet. Cho. Listen. Seki. Trace. N. Dispatch. Oh. Fight. Dean. Army camp. Oh. Fragrance. Cho. Omen. Rin. Look to. Gaku. Whittle down. E. Pledge. E. favor, dot, hug, display, aim, aerial, sheet, skewer, meat, eyebrows. Okie dokie. That's a wrap for WaniKani today. Gonna watch this later. Arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up WaniKani for yourself. Give it a try. You're always welcome to yap, discuss, exchange stories, engage in discussion, encourage each other, right? Until next time, minasan mata ne. Mite kurete arigato. See you guys next time. Thanks for watching. I want to get up, stretch, walk around a little bit, and I'll be back for Bunpro. Thank you, thank you. Alright folks, welcome back everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は33日目です。It is day 300 it is day 33. So yesterday we basically just spent the entire time yapping. 9-hour yap or something. We did finish the lessons after midnight, so right when midnight happened, 7 of them. So we're still gonna do 20. And we're just adding the +7 to get the 20, right? Alright. Ansha. Ganche. Ganche, yeah. Kancha. A feeling of waiting to thank someone or owing them something due to a favor or kindness that they have done for you. Like a really thankful one. Meru. 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 Not meru. Meru. Okay. Bikkuri. 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 To be surprised, to be amazed, to be frightened. An expression used to describe the feeling of being shocked or surprised. Okay. Okay. Bikkuri. Well, that might be a rough one. Mon's fine. Oh, wait. Counter for cannons. Well, that's interesting. A phylum? Intriguing. Branch of learning based on the teachings of a single master? An entry point beyond which a specific area or school of thought exists. Ah, that's what the branch of learning. Right, hitobito. Okay. It's good. It's good. One's kind of tricky. Show me. Show me. As opposed to... Did we get Shumi yet? Or Shumi? I think it's Shumi. Show me is fine. So we do these 7 and then grab another 13. Ifting can report you are able to receive your first Hunko, beating the first Grandmaster in the game, but just 1 star. Ah, you got this. Go back and do it. You got it. Crush out that Grandmaster. Congrats on your first Hunko. I can't wait, Beth, in like, think about this. In 3 years, it'll be like, we would say the same things like, hey Beth, did you get your 37th Hanko yet? Because we're almost to Hokkaido, you know, we're almost to Hokkaido. Imagine, in the 3 years, finally get to Hokkaido. I forgot what the prefecture name is in Hokkaido, but you know, finally get to the north side of Japan. Time is kind of hard for you, but of course not long after that you found you can... Yep. The very first thing that people ask is like, I generally ask this about most game designers, like people who do like educational things or something. When you gamify things, often offer an option to remove the timer so that people can learn, so that when you can do it slow, you can do it fast, right? So oftentimes game timers, what they do is they set for one mark and then give you a range. But there's usually a bottom and bottom. So the slower, if you can do all of them slow, you can get faster over time. So that was one of the first features that got rolled out by one of the first comments. So yeah. Isn't it nice? You can spend your time studying those examples.
学校に着く
Konitsuku. Actually, the first Hanko had the least excitement. Like people were, when they launched with the first prefecture, and it was like it was nice. Like people liked it, but I think overall there was a lot. It could have been more like dynamic or challenging for the intermediates, but it was a 0 point, right? The next one is really exciting. I can't wait to hear what you think about the next one. And then they're working on a third one right now. I don't know if they completed the third Hanko yet. The second one is great. There's some really, really fun ones in there. Getting you a little hype. Spreading the hype. It's kind of like a live service game that you're not meant to pay for anything, so that's kind of nice. You're just waiting for the next Hanko. You feel like it would be good for story to leave time off, but you're going for 3 stars, you should leave it on. You should leave it on. You can always progress, right? If you turn time off, it's not supposed to stop you from going fast, if you know what I mean. So when you're practicing, you can always time yourself and don't have to be like, there's always a way of going fast regardless if there's a time or not. But yes, kind of like you can leave it on if you're already successful, right? That puts a pressure on yourself. You want, if you like require it. Interested in playing the piano. How's that phrase? Trait of inciting feelings of wanting to know more about something. It has Motsu next to it. Oh. Music was high pressure too. Oh yeah, the music when it speeds up after a certain point, like it also like I had problems. I'm not sure about the music actually. That's a good question. All right, so I still need to do 13 more. Yeah. This is because it's over midnight, so we have to, right? So we're only gonna do 13 of these, and then we have 33 minutes, so that it'll reset on midnight. So we yapped up the storm. Ushiro is fine. Are located at the opposite side, right? You just can't think that fast. Vocabulary not that difficult, but longer sentence organization. Yeah, needs a minute. Yep. Seikatsu. Fair enough. The style or way in which someone lives their life may also refer to a specific lifestyle based on a certain stage in someone's life. Seikatsu. Jishin. 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 Okay. Self-confidence. The faith that someone has in themselves in order to be able to complete a certain task. Right. Harau, to pay in many different ways. To move out. To sweep. Oh no. Some of these are gonna catch me off guard. I guess we'll see. To brush off. Okay. Oh, right. Alright. Jukan. Fair enough. Here 3 stars with timer on up to the udon chef. I see. The rivals and the bosses are like the rivals and the grandmasters are the sticking point. There are also secrets in the game. Iroiro. 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 Okay. They define that? Or where you subscribe, there are several. Yep. Tokoro de. Tokoro de. Oh, Tokoro de. Tokoro de. Phrase used to cut into a conversation, use the current topic as a place to bring up something related. That is probably going to be something to focus on. Tokoro de. Oko, fine. Osu is fine. Sagaru. This one could be a little tricky. Oh wait, I just realized. Am I even able to do this? I don't think I am. I don't think you can get quizzed on it unless you go through the whole group. But we'll see. We'll see how that'll work out. Last thing, gonna be honest, you don't know how well you're gonna remember those place names? Yeah. I know for sure. I'm in the same boat. Kyaku is fine. Chiro. Okay. Right. Akai. Kuro. Kami-sama. Yep. Or Kami-sama. Kami-sama. Where are we at? We needed 13. Oh, we're over 13. Now let's figure out how I can do this. So maybe we change the queue temporarily. Hold up. Go to settings. Maybe we change the queue temporarily to 13. Where's the... Nope. That is not where you change it. Oh, wait. Here it is. Yep. And then we take these 13. Quick review, right? Ishin. Harau. Right. Jukan is a little weird. And then Tokorode is probably something that I don't use. Yaku. Hiro. Akai. Okay. So we take our... What? Um... That's okay. All right. Yeah. We're gonna. Ooh. Lifestyle.
自分に自信を持つ。
電気代を払う。
2週間のホームステイをする。
私の家にはいろいろな動物がいる。
男の子。ところで今日の夜ご飯は何ですか？
高校へ行く。
棚を前へ押す。
テストの点数が下がる。
えI see how that works. I see.
映画館に客が入る。
私の家の屋根は白だ。
このリンゴは赤い。
All right. So we did our 13, which makes a grand total of 20. Now we go back for today. And then it will refresh back to 20 in the next 24 minutes. Meanwhile, we gotta cut into our reviews from our 9 hours of yap yesterday. What did we do? We did the 100 out of the 200-ish, and then now we're back to 200. I think we can cut like into it like 150, and then move on to HanziHero. I can catch up on some R&R. Do we have grammar points? We have grammar points today. Still, yesterday was a really excellent opportunity to use the extra features, but we kind of just yapped all day. And then some.
日本のは美味しいですよ。
No particular.
新幹線で東京や大阪にも行った。
You were elsewhere, but you peeked in. You were deep in philosophy. Oh, yeah. Oh, boy. We went to science. We went to... Oh, it was... I was really tired yesterday. Like, we had... This would be the first time that I've indulged way too much. So we had to, like, cut the volume in half and improvise. Near the end, I was... tough. And today, I started 2 hours later because I got up at my usual time and go for a run. And my run felt incredibly lethargic, so when I got back in, I took like, I rested for another hour and a half to 2 hours. And then here we are. Gotta know our limits. let's try different grammars.
これは私の。あなたのはどれ？
あの人があなたは綺麗ではないって言っていました。
It would be better. De 明日した方がいい。
宿題をした方がいいと先生が言いました。
Yeah. Yeah, right. You have to. Okay. Okay. Have to means that you have to use a double negative. Right? So we got入れなくてでは入れない。Oops, that's a misspelling. Oh wait, yeah. Oh wait. What if it's sticking out? That would mean... No, that's right. Ikenai. How about a grammar that's a bit more polite? Alright, fine. Naranai.
この花を花瓶に入れなくてはならない。
Okay. Don't die. Oh, it's a command. Assertive.
死ぬな。
な死ぬな。my go-to phrase when it comes to response is 心配するな。心配するな。Don't worry. Always. No worries.
どこに食べに行きましたか？
Oops. Is Kiku? Oh wait, is Kiku? Oh no. As standard. What? As standard. And then the quote. Yeah. What the? Oh, wait, no? Oh, did I type Quito or Kita? Wait, actually, no, this isn't special. So, it's still 12, and
南から風が来ると聞いた。
I might have typed da the whole time. Probably did. Ima. Oh. Non-pass. Oh. Is this considered a... There's no way that's considered a... Okay. Oh, I must... Oh, I'm not reading the English part. It's saying must not. I was thinking just standard. Must not is... Hajimatte... Hajimatte? Mate? No. Hajimatte...
ここから始まってはいけない。
You may make breakfast.
"朝ごはんを作ってもいいです."
Man? This is where they try to jam in the casual abbreviation. So like, 詰めなくちゃいけない。Wait. I have to. I have to. And uh,
もう時間だから店を閉めなくてはいけない。
or yeah, you can. Oh, okay, no, so they didn't want that. All right. Still acceptable. Hmm.
それはあの店が売ったお弁当でしょ？
Must return. Hang on. This. Are you? Huh. I don't know if this is considered. Hmm. Yeah, I heard. Nice. Fuck. Hmm. If it wasn't, what would that be? Yeah, I got that. Hmm. Hmm. Probably. I actually am not sure about. Yeah, I'm sure about. I really thought it's shite. So if it's shite. Oh no, wait. I need to do the sa がなくてなくちゃいけない。
この本を返さなきゃいけない。
I kept doing the Tay form, but I needed the. Mm. That's which, but I don't see how this. Yeah.
どのスポーツが好きですか？
Article restricted. Only. Okay.
汚いだけだった。
入って。Hold up. Yeah, right? Two? 入って。Oh no, 入って。Not even 入って。Oh, it would be better not to wear it. Not better to wear it. Negative. Nine.
この靴を履かない方がいい。
明日焼きそばを食べる。明日焼きそばを食べます。
So what? Not reading English and then negative 2. I kept trying to make the Tay form negative, which doesn't make any sense to me yet in that context. Alright. Time to strap in and try to knock these out. Oh, I think this is...
私の父は優しいのでとても人気です。
あなたは箸を使えますか？
母が子供に、すぐに冷蔵庫の蓋を閉めてください。
シャワーがある船を購入する。
その写真の男性は誰ですか？
優等生。
しなくちゃ。
テスト前なので
しなくち
勉強をしなくちゃ。
Yeah, that's the abbreviated form. Let's go with
花瓶を割っちゃった。ごめんなさい。
no. What? It's modifying guy. Modifying die. Maybe like from which one? Or is it which? Oh, maybe like or it could just be as simple as oh. Yeah, Kennedy got something that modifies generation. Daimen no Daisho no Daito. I was thinking, oh, it could be like. Just kidding. An abbreviated form of the word used to ask questions without unknown. Oh, they wanted none.
歴史の先生、ケネディが何代目の大統領か知っている人はいますか？
Okay. Oops. Okay.
父が
生徒、先生、インフレの意味を教えてください。
パン屋さんの張り紙。注意。パンを素手で触らないでください。
Interesting. Yeah. Oops.
この鉛筆は母からもらった宝物です。
今日は風が強いので傘をささない方がいい。
私の父の首はとても太いです。
What? Oh,
あなたは自分のことが好きですか？
この黒いメガネは母のものです。
もっと勉強しようと思います。
oh, here we go. More casual one? How about
先
this?
生、あの人はあなたのお父さんでしょう。生徒。うん、そうだよ。
あそこの橋は50年前からあります。
試験会場への道を調べなくちゃ。
50-50. Let's go with... Okay.
このビルにはコンピューターを修理する人がいる。
夫からきれいな花をもらったが、すぐに枯れた。
明日、僕はディズニーシーで楽しむつもりだ。
私の目は左より右の方が良いです。
This is usually used for actions or events. Can we say something similar focusing on statement? Statements. Something that's in addition. Moreover.
「頭が痛い。それにお腹も痛い。
頭をかく。
好きな曲を聴いてテンションを上げる。
栄養士。野菜を食べた方がいいですよ。
走った後に胸が痛む。
私はあの選手と仲がいいんです。
Oh, wait. Oh, body shape?
お客様の体型に合う服を探しましょう。
Oh, wait, daro? problem. And this.
クラスメートに、
I
君
typed
は
the
この
wrong
問
thing.
題がわかるだろ
僕のこと好き？もちろん。
う。独り言。うわ、もうこんな時間。早く寝なくちゃ。
息子はまだカラオケから帰っていません。
私はアルコールの飲み物が嫌いです。
皆さん聞いてください。
明日は昼から夜までバイトをします。
この町には緑がたくさんあるんです。
あなたの両親はどこにいるの？
テレビのリモコンを見つける。
僕はお風呂の掃除をするのが嫌いです。
海は危ない場所です。
絵本。お姫様は王子様の口にキスをしました。
太陽は東から昇り、西に沈む。
Oops. Is found. But what type of found? It's until the criminal. Yeah, until the criminal. Like discover? No, discover. Oh, maybe it's. Oh no, that's. Search doesn't work there. Got it. We can use a verb. Yurun Yaruzao. It could be Agaru, I think. I mean, Agaru is to like raise something. Could be one of the million ways of using Agaru. Okay. Oh, no, wait. Mitsu. Garu. No. Something's wrong. Mitsu. It's the intransitive. Garu.
警察。犯人が見つかるまで外に出ないでください。
この映画は最後の方よりも最初の方が面白い。
50-50?
あなたには奥さんがいますか？
Oh, no, wait. That might not be because it's a question.
僕は毎晩眠くなるまで月の観察をします。
その店はテレビに出たので有名になった。
これは僕のものじゃない、友達のものだ。
毎日遅く寝る。
ウエストが太すぎるのでダイエットをするつもりだ。
Oh.
私は病気です。
He wants a precious. Oh, this letter is precious.
この手紙は大事なものです。
God. What are other ways to express determined? Something to be decided. Maybe intransitive.
その大学への入学が決まる。
Pajamas. What type of wear is pajamas?
僕は寝るときにパジャマを着ません。
Body. You.
面接官。この会社で働きたい理由は何ですか？
人にお金を貸さない方がいい。
中生代について勉強する。
Interesting. Choose it for Mesozoic.
私は大学を卒業した後に海外へ行くつもりだ。
I have my suspicions.
病院に勤める。
Wait, oh no, no, no. What am I doing?
「シャワーを浴びた子供に服を着せる」。
Hmm. Which one?
おまわりさん、ちょっとそこの人、止まってください。
So when you do it that way, it's intransitive. Huh. Okay.
この喫茶店を経営しているのは僕の妻の母だ。
メガネの度が強い。
Oops.
姉が妹に「明日からの旅行楽しみでしょう」。
Aside from fake. A connector. Betsy? Probably Betsy.
仕事と別にバイトをする。
子供、あれはソファーですか？大人、いいえ、ベッドです。
Okay then. Well, all right. And how do we have okay? That's maybe Boon? It's not Seoul. This is not Seoul. Oh, is this? No. So wait. Soreni is moreover. And then それでは
先生、それではこれから体育館へ行きましょう。
一人で暮らすのは寂しい。
Oops.
彼女は良い成績を残したのでチームに残るでしょ
That work. I will probably. That's interesting. Hmm. Hmm.
今日はスカートを履こ
Yeah, grammar point.
"私の力は弱いけど頭はとても良いです。
う。これから何をするの？
チェロの演奏を続ける。
50-50? I mean,
あなたは教師になりたい？
自転車の鍵をなくす。
私のリュックにはキーホルダーがついています。
大きな窓がある一軒家に住みたいです。
彼はとても眠い目をしている。
冷蔵庫が空なので買い物をしなくちゃ。
私は麻酔を使う手術が嫌いです。
木に虫が集まる。
oh, that's candy
あなた
here.
はその音が聞こえますか？
私はとても幸せです。
私の仕事の休みは土日じゃない。水曜日と金曜日だ。
Hmm.
この問題は簡単です。
このワンピースは私には小さすぎます。
Oh, geez. Okay. 50-50?
母が娘に、お風呂では飛び跳ねないでください。
Interesting.
僕は動物の中で犬が一番好きだ。
先輩に失礼なことをするな。
Oh, 失礼。ああ、失礼な。Okay.
農家の人。この果物はまだ熟していません。
It's a field. Yeah, it's take the present. Oh no. Question. Sensing here. Like,
彼女は場の空気を感じるのが下手です。
鹿は森の中に住んでいます。
Like, it's sweet that. Hello there. Hello there, Sad. Yeah, long time no see. How's it going, SD? What's up? How's it going? What have you been up to lately, SD? Sweet it. No? Oh, neat. Sweet it. Please. Wait. Sweet it. Whose life? Same thing, different day. Honestly, same. I don't quite know what that means. Same thing, different day. So you've been doing all that long time, it's still the same thing, and it's a different day, huh? Alright, I'll take your word for it. There's life. Yeah, not that it's negative, you just have a routine you stick to. I mean, that's fair. I don't know what that routine is. Fair enough. Maybe pay? Could be pay. Like, harau in the accident. In this case, I'm gonna lose a life. Looking for a verb. Oh, it could be otosu.
友達が事故で命を落とす。
Wake up, work a bit, eat food, study, read, then go to bed. So what brings you over here in your routine? You're about to go to bed and you haven't stopped by for a while? Thought you dropped in? I see. Thanks for stopping by. Glad to hear your routine is still solid.
この紙は薄すぎてすぐに破れてしまいます。
店のオーナーから私の仕事について嬉しい言葉をもらった。
What?
私の家にはたくさんの教材があります。
パートナーから大きな花束をもらう。
私たちの冒険は永遠に続くので終わりはない。
どの歌が好きですか？
この道はどこに続いているの？
Huh. Oh. Oops.
父が、お前は写真を撮るのが上手だね、息子。カメラマンになりたいんだ。
この靴は高いので買いません。
Oh, the lights go out. Oh, oh no. Wait. It would have to be intransitive. How do you extinguish something? Something to extinguish? Or stop? I mean, it could be stop. Just kidding. Go out.
電気が消える。
Okay.
あそこの駅の近くに新しいカフェがオープンした。
俺はアメリカやカナダで留学をしたい。
千里、どの季節が一番好き？隼人。秋かな。
Oh, no. Wait. Yes?
1年半後に大学を卒業します。
先生、外国人を差別してはいけません。
差別して。Oops.
私の子供は私の家事を手伝うのが好きです。
行きは新幹線を使いましょう。
Not somebody.
姉が妹に、お母さんがカンニングは悪いことだって言っていたよ。
Okay. Let's go with... No? Acknowledgements. An edgy new acknowledgement. Maybe like... Or... そうですね。
明日は忙しいの？そうですね、忙しいです。
僕は仕事がある日曜日が嫌いだ。
弟。顔の点は何、兄。これはほくろだよ。
Interesting. Hokuro. Hmm. How about adding a particle? The heck? Oh. What? No, I know. Like, talk about a story, so... Yeah.
電車の中では大きな声で話をしてはいけない。
誕生日なのでケーキを食べました。
Wait, you do have something new? You started Japanese 2 weeks ago? And this being said, you have any kana memorization tips? For kana? You could always, if you like English, you can make a story about what all those kana sound like. It's always something you can do. You know, kind of like how the English thing works. Or you can pick your favorite Japanese word and attach that to the kana. What would be a nice Japanese word that has that begins with Oh wait, but I suppose that wouldn't give away. You might want to keep that separate from the kanji. Memorization tips. I mean, when it comes to memorization tips, these aren't specific to kana, but memorization, one of the most usually the biggest bang for your buck, you know, like one of the biggest bang for your buck is to form an association with all your existing memories. So if you have English, you can associate it with an English memory. You can create something. You can learn something else that uses that kana. That's also a separation, right? Like you'll probably remember ano, like as in ano, which is that thing over there. Like sore, so and re are in sore, which is that or that thing. So the quickest probably is to associate with something else you have to remember or something you already have remembered. So like would be apple to me, or an app, like a application. They can go about that way. Forming associations make it so that all your wires get crossed, right? So one kind of thing that people might do is to have a word in Japanese that they're going to be using very often in the future, and they would have that kana in it. And there are quite a lot of Japanese words like this, like node. Node is a really common one. So there are kana in Japanese. So like you can even learn verb endings, and it will allow you to have a reason to use your kana. And you might be, it might slow you down, but it will speed you up later because you will then be used to what they are. So grammar can help in this. A lot of the grammar stuff does deal with using the kana. There are words and parts of Japanese sentence that will generally always rely on kana. So even then, you might be learning two things at once. But the thing is, if you learn one thing, you'll also remember the other thing. So like you're crossing your wires, basically. So in the future, whenever you see like kara, this is but, or not really but a lot of other things. Kara will be used for a lot of things. So then you have your example ka and your example ra. And if you can find that, yeah, it's double the stuff to remember, but in the future you'll always know like, oh, how do I know what ka looks like and na looks like? You can think of this word or this particle. So lots of the particles are in kana. No is a particle. And then de is often like a suffix. So if you get any of that, that would be. And if you're worried about that, are particles only kana or can they be kanji as well? That is a good question. And yes, they can be kanji. The example that I would think of, well, particles can end up being kanji. Koto would be one of them. Or they would function like kanji. So koto has a kanji. However, that just means that you will have two different ways. You will have two different ways to remember it. So like it's not always one-to-one. So the more details you have, like koto is this. I think. Yep. So this is koto. However, koto can be represented this way, and when it's being used in a specific way, it'll be represented this way or represented this way. But the nice thing is, if this kanji is associated with this kana, which is associated with the things that you need to know, then if you look at this kanji in the future, it will also remind you of the kana, right? Because they're all the quote-unquote similar, same thing. It's the memory tool is that the more things you have linked together, any one of them will help you remember things. So the more you can layer your things on top. Like de could be related. So te, for example, te can be represented by a very common one that you will use. Is that the right direction? Yes. Sorry. Handwriting in mouse. This is hand. Te. So you can remember te as te, which then will help you with the kana te. Or you can remember hand for now, which looks like this, which also looks like this. So this to me is called association tools. And that's how most people, like in my opinion, that's how people comprehend things. When they start understanding things instead of like memorizing, instead of worrying about memorizing, when you learn to comprehend things connected to each other, it becomes a little bit more effortless, because any of these things, you're telling yourself these things are connected. So the first thing you're trying to establish is like, oh, this is ka, right? This is ka, and you're like, okay, I see 3 lines. You're trying to process like, so what in the world how can I remember this if it's attached to nothing? You can use brute force, which is straight up memorization. And straight up memorization is temporary. Basically, you're going to connect it with something like this representation, like ka, which is the romaji. So you could start with this, but eventually, right, this has to be very efficient. And then eventually it has to then lead to something that looks like ka, or like something that is ka, which you can associate with this. And this is chikara, which is power. So chikara is, right, then you have to know then these characters. Right. So all of these things, they don't look like each other. They also mean different things. But if I had any like memorization tips, the term memorization reminds me of you're trying to recall something. As in, when someone tells you what it is, asks you, oh, what does ka look like? You're trying to recall it from your memory, and usually it deals with association. So you focus on trying to, every time you say you forgot something, or oh, I don't know what this is, most of the time when people remember kana, they see it, right? So once you see this on your screen, that's your quote unquote only link. So it's triggered, right? This is a recognition trigger. Now, you're constantly, and I don't know the answers for these things, but you're asking yourself, what other triggers can I come up with? Is there anything else when I'm seeing this? Is there any way I can make more meaning to it? So sometimes, in order to make more meaning, whenever you see this, you can start to imagine that there might be a ra after it. So then ka plus ra equals kara. And kara then means something else. So the idea is whenever you see something, the focus is that it should trigger more memories. Whatever tricks you have, any type of trick that's unique to you, try to figure it out. Like, and there's no like actual hot take, like expedited trick to this, because all of us have different memories and experiences. So for me, I used WaniKani, for example, and WaniKani decided that ka sounds like car, but with a British accent. Right? If you say ka, it's car in British accents, right? Ka. So every time ka came up, whenever I think of a car, I think about this character. And how do I know, how do I do that? Is that in the future, every time I need to remember a word that has ka in it, for the longest time, I would use a trick. I would use an imagery of a car doing something. So we can go back to chikara for a moment. So chikara is chi, a, ra. And I've already separated all these. So chi is cheese, courtesy of WaniKani. So WaniKani uses chi for cheese. Oops, for cheese. Ka is car, and ra for me now is ranch. So ra in ranch, or ranch, right? So then, in order for me to remember this, it's built on this. So every time I have to use ka in another word, it reinforces my use. It reinforces my use of ka. So kana is going to be forever. It like everything you put into kana now is going to come up in kanji, Japanese, like all the sounds. So you can connect things with sound. So ka sounds like ka. If you speak British English or any of the colonies, right? In English, it's car, but I also hear it as ka. So you can connect it with sound. And sound can connect it with your visual cortex, so you know what a car looks like, right? But a car doesn't look like this. That's okay. The idea is that you're trying to create things, so then when it comes up, the trigger comes up, it triggers a lot of things. And that's kind of how I go about anything. Like, how do I remember details about you? When I see your name, SD8N, I've attached meaning to that. So that's kind of how most memories, like, in my opinion, that's one of the techniques that memory works. How deeply you can look at this. It's not, obviously, it will slow you down, but the slowing down means that you're thinking about more things. The other way that most people do it is they just brute force it. When they brute force it, you can retain it for maybe like a month-ish. And what they typically do is they go right into using it. So go right into like vocabulary words. Because the moment you use vocabulary words, you'll find a vocabulary word that represents all of them. So that's what I mean by kara ano, right? The first character that you have to recognize is probably ano. So a really fast one is the a in ano means like a non-specific thing. For example, far from the speaker. So far from the speaker and listener. So if you want a different way, go and you can pick your favorite word. Pick a word and then use that as the prototypic way. So the reason why is if you pick a word, a Japanese word, you're gonna need to know it anyway. Like, you're gonna need to know this Japanese word regardless. So if you're trying to boost your memory, you might as well learn something in Japanese. And that's kind of the other way to go about it. And I think this is the more common way, where immediately, if you can repeat it enough and it'll stay in your short-term memory long enough, and then you go straight into like vocabulary or reading basic sentences, it is without a doubt that you'll probably encounter the large majority of kana again, almost immediately. That's the most intuitive way to go about it. For myself, how I learned, like if you're asking me how I learned kana, I started with Duolingo, and what Duolingo does is they introduce vocabulary words in the form of a sentence, like as basic sentences as possible, like as stripped down as possible. And then when I encounter a word, the moment it has a kana that I need to remember, because Duolingo starts with kana. So basically they write everything in kana. So no kanji, just everything in kana, the way it sounds. So you don't learn any kanji for the vocabulary words. You learn what they look like in kana. So I pick kana, a word, and I stick with it. So like sushi, this is sushi. So I will always know what su looks like and shi looks like, because that was the first word they introduced. The next one is probably kohi or something like that. Kohi, this is katakana. So I know a ko, i. Oh yeah, this is extended. Sorry, this is an extended marker for it, but i. So, and then if I know he, I also know ko. He here, and then I also know ko, right? So these are related. So another way is immediately that you have to do it is you need to know hirakana and katakana. So learn them in pairs. Instead of learning them one at a time, learn them in pairs. So if you know this, right, you have to know this too. So if you pair them up, you have 2 points of failure. When you hear the sound ah in your head in English, you have 2 chances to remember something if both of these are connected. So when you're learning something, you can pair up multiple things with something you know. So you know what ah sounds like, and it sounds like ah, like screaming, right? Ah. So you tell yourself like, oh, I saw this. It sounds like ah. So whenever a hirakana comes up and you're just like, oh yeah, this is ah. And then it gives you the opportunity to say, oh, well, this is ah too in katakana. And then when you see katakana, it'll tell you to think, oh yeah, it's ah. So this is also ah in hirakana. The goal of this is that when you're not seeing one thing, like seeing the other thing, the one thing is helping you recall another thing. That's practicing like what these things end up doing. Like for example, I'm given birthday here, but I don't have this. So something is missing. And in WaniKani, it's the reverse. WaniKani gives you this and expect you to get this. So if you do both around, it means that you will be able to learn the 2 things without it being in front of your face. Like visual learning does take precedence a lot of times for people. But when you're saying, oh, how am I going to remember the kana? You can remember it by the sound. You can write it. And the idea is the more ways, if you can go this way, you should be able to go this way. And then when you go this way, you should also be able to go this way. Like this, if you see this, you should also be able to see this. And if you see this, you should also be able to come up with at least an example of this. And then if you see this, you can jump right over here too. Right? So the more ways you jump back and forth, where something is there and something is not. If you're practicing recalling the thing that it is not, like that is not there, you'll get an association. So in the future, for me, that is like, I'm gonna sound like I'm selling something, but I'm not really. Top 3 for me personally, the strategies that work for me is association. In association, you need to actively recall something. When you actively recall something, when you get triggered, when the trigger presents itself. And then in the future, that you won't be relying, that trigger can actively help you recall something. So whenever you're saying ah, for example, this is why writing helps sometimes for people. So if you hear someone say ah, you should know that one of the possibilities is this. And then when you see this, you know, like on your exam or like something, you should know other things that it can represent. And hopefully it's Japanese things, right? You would attach it to a bunch of Japanese things in the future. When you attach it to a bunch of Japanese things, then whenever these things come up, it'll remind you of this. And then you never have to practice those again. At least that's the strategy. The strategy is you're trying to practice things that they will consistently go back and forth and reinforcing. So like the alphabet is nonstop. You never study the alphabet again because every single word requires you to know the alphabet. And how do you get to this point? You need to form, like, eventually when you learn the alphabet, you end up attaching these things to it. So you're practicing the alphabet every time you're reading this. Every time you're reading this, and in Japanese, you're trying to do that too. So the sooner you can find something, and you can always temporarily attach them to something English, right? Because you've already practiced all of these things. So you can attach, like, people say, you're probably gonna get a hot take about, oh, don't use the romaji, right? Don't use romaji because it gets you dependent on English and Romanization. That is true to some extent. It does help you remember temporarily so that you can remember it and attach it to something else. So for example, this is no, this is na, this is de. And your goal is in the future, you can also go the other way around. So you're practicing the other way around. So in the future, you can practice, oh, what's a na? What does na look like? Well, it's gotta look like this. So you have to practice both directions. And then you have to say it. You have to hear it. Because another way to see or think na is the sound. So in the future, when someone says na, like I'm saying na on the mic right now, every time I say na, you're going to think about this or this. You can think either of these things. The downside for romaji is people only think in one direction. In my opinion, when you start thinking in one direction, you can only fail once. This means that if you don't know this, there's no chance you'll know this. So if you go back and forth, it's great. Like, one of the first things that you kind of want to do first is to do something forward and backwards. That's two ways you turn one failure. You turn one failure into two failures. Like, you have to fail twice. And the idea is you want to keep increasing this to like 5, 6. Usually like 5 is a pretty good number. By the time you can think of something 5 ways, the chances of you failing to get to the right answer is pretty slim. That's kind of where I am, like, when it comes to memory. The higher it goes, the less and less likely I'll forget something. Because you have so many ways to get back to the right answer, or to an answer that is reasonable. Yeah. Hopefully you find it fun too. Another thing to keep in mind, I guess, is that it should be fun, right? Because these are your examples. You're gonna find your examples. The ones that I used, those are examples of my own experience, and you don't have to use them. But if they do work, you can pick up examples from other people. Like this is always going to be food. Like, it's so hard. And this is 食. 食 is food in Chinese. It's the same character. So I remember things very. This is dan. This is dan for birth. Dan. Same character. And this is sheng. Right? And this is ri. So dan sheng ri. In Chinese. Because I learned Chinese as well as Japanese. So all of these have triple the amount of their meaning. And then kana, though, kana is special because Chinese doesn't have kana. So this is strictly Japanese related thing. Yeah, hopefully some of that is inspirational. My number one, like, I'm biased. My number one strategy, if I had to get a strategy, is called association. If you can attach your existing meaning anything you can come up with. If you live long enough and you're really creative and you like anime or something, if you can form as many associations to the thing you have to remember, it should become effortless. And those associations, they should come up often. So like if you watch One Piece, right? One Piece, for example. This could be your acronym to remember. Remember it. O is gonna look like this. Ne. You can pick your choice of ne. I'll use this instead. There. See, these are different kanas. This is katakana. This is hirakana. E could look like this, right? Or this. Whichever one you want to pick. E looks like this. C's don't, like, they're not there, so you convert them to K's, right? So this is K. So K. Uh-oh. That help. Nope, that's shit. Oh, wait. Can be this, right? And so how is this helpful? Well, every time you see One Piece, like when you watch a new episode of One Piece, the first thing you're thinking about is like, oh, u, o, ne, I, e, se, or I, ke. Or you can look up the word for One Piece, like how they spell out One Piece. And then that would be your memory tool for all the characters. Because if you're gonna watch One Piece every single time, like at once every week, you're gonna have to think about how it sounds in Japanese and probably what it looks like. So associations are far more powerful when they're related to an everyday thing. It doesn't matter if it's English, it doesn't matter. As long as it keeps recurring, you're gonna be constantly reminded of it. And when you think of buzzwords, since you're starting Japanese 2 weeks ago, most people keep talking about CI and they talk about like immersion, right? I think this is too trite. It's like not detailed enough. The underlying thing that makes CI, in my opinion, makes CI and immersion work is because you are always constantly in an environment that creates association. So like if you're constantly surrounding yourself in Japanese, you can't escape Japanese. And because you can't escape Japanese, you are forced to make associations constantly. So, well, while that might sound like fun to some people, it's not fun to me. So whenever I need to practice kana, if you look around your room, there are plenty of objects in your room that you look at nearly every single day, and you can learn the sounds that are associated with those, and then you write those sounds in kana. And then every day you come in and you type on your keyboard. If you type on your keyboard, you will know every kana to spell keyboard. So you never have to remember those things by artificially bootstrapping, right? Like mizu is one of the first Duolingo words, and I drink water in a bottle. You don't have to know bottle, but mizu is your character from mi and zu. So you don't have to remember those anymore, because every time you drink water, you're like, well, it's mi and zu. So that means that immediately when you see water, you don't need, you might not even need sound, but it's good to know the sound, and it should elicit that. And then whenever you see mizu, you might be able to think of water. Obviously, there are other mizus, possibly, but then those other things will remind you and connect those things, right? Your screen, monitor. Monita. So mo, you'll get the katakana for mo. Ni. And then ta. Monita. Oh wait, I think ni in katakana is just this. Yeah. Monita. So you don't need to remember the... And then remember that katakana is related to hiragana. So then you will know this. You will know this. You'll know this. And then it would just be an extended vowel. So you could write ta. So now just knowing one object, whenever you power up your monitor, right? So you know the English word monitor. And immediately you're like, oh, monita. Monita gives you 4 kana, 4 kata, 4 kata, and 4 kana, 4 hira, so hiragana. And this is already 8. So one monitor, one object, every single day that you interact with will remind you of 8 kana, and that's 8 kana less that you have to practice. You can use, if you're looking at a camera, kamera, right? So ka, if I write it this way, that's one way to remember it. Now you gotta convert, right? You gotta convert ka into ka, ni. Heck, that's me. Ah! Oh no. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, wait. Is that me? Or is that me? Oh, no. Oh, I know why this is where. It's not kamera. It's kamera. Kamera. That's why that didn't make sense. So, this is camera. Kamera. I'm like, me doesn't make sense there. So, that's where you go. At least in my opinion. You can make up your own phrases, your own mnemonics. Shit. And it's an investment in the future, right? So most people will pick Japanese words to help them remember kana, because no matter what, they're gonna have to know those Japanese words in the future. So it's kind of like double dipping.
"私に何か食べ物をください."
雪国の人。もう1月なのにあまり積雪がないなんておかしいな。
And here's one, here's one that is interesting if you're still around. Even if you don't understand any of this, right? You're seeing kana already. So you like, as you're going through your kana, it goes through phases, right? Despite not knowing any of this stuff, you're getting, it should trigger a bunch of things. No, mo, right? Na, no, ni, a, ma, ri, right? Ga, I, na, n, e, right? So a, ka, shi, I, na, right? So even if you don't know what they mean together, you can just scroll around and look at other people's messages, and if you can pick these things up, then it's another way, like, and then you look at the translation, right? If you're already consuming Japanese and it's already part of your routine, you're already looking at people's translated comments, then you might as well get in some practice, right? Get in some practice with your kana. At any opportunity you can, you're trying to make the transition to Japanese effortless. When you're doing something and you're already encountering those things, give it a shot. That's kind of in my take of immersion. I don't think forcing yourself into an unnatural state deliberately to learn abstractly is made for everyone. I think this way, you're doing something that you're going to do pretty much for the rest of your life if you're wanting to speak Japanese. So whenever I read this like person from a snowy region, I might not know how to form this form it right away, but at least I can say like hito, probably kara. So I'm just gonna write a bunch of things that come to mind. Un maybe like or like something, or ichi, and then snowy maybe we can do yuki, right? Yuki would be like we can do something related to this region, like tokoro maybe, or basho, something like this, right? So even in English you can keep doing the Japanese thing if you want it. You can even convert some of these for no apparent reason, like hey, I see a not, a no in not, but if I wanted to pronounce this like a Japanese word, notsu, but it probably sounds like not, so we'd probably do like natsu. So natsu would be something like this. So this could be pronounced like natsu, or it could not. It could be noto, like noto, or nato. Nato would look like this. So even if it's unnatural, like what I mean is people would never do this, but it's fun. You're practicing your kana. So like have, the closest thing I can think about have is ha, ha. We'll go with like ha, and hate, or maybe something like hate. Mu, chi, like muchi. So what is mu? Mu, chi. Right, much, but it's more like ma. So ma chi. So ma would be, oops. So machi. So like if a Japanese person read this, they could say machi. When they heard much, it sounds like machi. Right? And then you can convert it in others, like much could be like totemo. Totemo. And then totemo yuki, right? Yuki for snow. And then you can turn in snow into snow. Snow would be like this. Snow. Snow. No. Snow. They can do it the other way for fun. I do this all the time. Like kana was not a like, because if you can read English in kana, that's fine. You're practicing all of those things too. Like so, you can pick out so. Right, there's so. Be is a little tougher, but be, right? There's be. There's to. Ah. Right. Okay.
たくさんのカフェがある山は登山客に人気です。
You gotta have fun with it, at least in my opinion. Have fun with it. Use it in creative ways. Oh, it's very disappointing. Totemo disappointing. Totemo disappointing. Trouble. No, there's a da. A word which highlights the feeling of regret or frustration towards something which has that is the word disappointing. Or I only can think of koma no ko yeah komaru komaruda demo kama komaruda is but it could be komada. Can it be? No. I'm looking for an adjective, probably. Probably zennen. Oh, no. Zannen.
庭で育てていたトマトが枯れた。とても残念だ。
Zannen.
ネイリストが足の形が綺麗だと私に言った。
What? It's a similar word, but more commonly used for flat objects. That doesn't help me. Oh, yes.
あなたは綺麗な円を描けますか？
Explanation. Sono explanation. I'm gonna say setsu. That's not it. Okay, so it's definitely something like setsu. Setsu clear. How I do setsu clear? Setsu.
その説明はよくわかりません。
あなたの家族は何人いますか？
私の母はシェフでピザを焼くのが上手です。
この先にコンビニがある。
Was born.
妹が生まれたのは私が4歳の時だった。
Heck, it's the other side. So, oh yeah, Tori no other side. It's not quite there. It's a combination of Tori no. Call? Probably call. Something call. Can I fit a... I can, I think. Yeah, I can fit a verb. In the plain form. I think. I express something. Oh no, I don't. Yeah, it's a verb. So you can, because it's niku, right? You're going to the other side. It's called something. Or something called. Soul call? I really thought it was call. No. 向こう。
通りの向こうに行く。
which is not verb. Oh, you know the part? Yeah, it's enough.
お金のために働きます。
Oops. My
カラオ
teeth
ケで
didn't
の会話。
work.
授業が始まる前に宿題を終わらせなくちゃ。
Right now. There's a formal way to say this. Right now. Psyche? No. What the? I'm right now. Very moment. Hey, right. Oh, this is the time. Toku. This moment. Oh. I don't think it's like mon, right? Is it mon? No, it's dai. Oh, what? Tadaima?
ただ今の時刻は午前8時です。
Oh, dang. I didn't even consider tadaima. Oh, wait. That does make sense, though. Interesting. I have to keep that in mind. Intriguing. Oops.
新幹線は電車よりも早いです。
私の愛犬は今は天にいます。
教科書を使って勉強する。
ここは静かなところです。
Oops.
答えに丸をつける。
彼がこの国の王ですか？
私は日本語が全然わからない。
He's in trouble. It's not that trouble. Oh, ma.
彼が困っている。
Akai. Oh. Third highest.
私の成績は上から3番です。
あなたには concern. ないないcould be adjective? I mean, no, not. Turn. It's of no maybe involve. Or it could be no. I don't think an adjective fits there. Connection? It was a non-adjective at work.
「あなたには関係ないです」
Right. Oh, no, wait. It's not an adjective. It's a pseudo verb. Oh, right. I totally forgot about pseudo verb. That's right. Negative.
「このノートは学校で使うものです」。
Oh, wait.
純子、あなたは何か嫌いなものがある？セリナ。うん、虫が嫌い。
先生、机からプリントを1枚取ってください。
すべての色の中でどれが一番好きですか？
Oh, I wonder if this is voiced. Ooh. Oops. I missed the ending. Dang it, I wanted to hear the TOEAECAIC. 病院へ rush?
病院へ急ぐ。
今日は空がきれいです。
悲しい映画を見る。
医者が笑うことは最高の薬だと言っていた。
火には近づかないでください。
Oops.
このビルは古いですか？
50-50?
私は自分が子供を産むまで子供が好きじゃなかった。
これは豚肉じゃない牛肉だ。
私は歴史に興味があります。
店で他のシャツをください。
Ah! Oh, you must open. Oh, wait. That doesn't fit that. That does, technically. But let's see, this door open. Definitely different open. Or not that. 開ける。
最近は結構暑いので、ほぼ毎日エアコンを使っている。
What the hobo? Huh.
銀行で働く。
私は毎晩早く寝ます。
酒を飲む。
寿司って日本の料理だよね。
あ、
森の中の看板。ここで火をつけないでください。
we're gonna go with. Okay.
いちごは好きですか？はい。
はい。Okay.
子供が親に、服にアイロンをかけてください。
アイロン。
室内では靴を脱いでください。
Wait.
この電気は壊れているんです。
風で木の葉が動く。
Lift.
大好きなコーヒーを飲んだら気分が上がりました。
僕は飛行機を眺めるのが好きです。
Oh? Oh no. Yeah. Oh no. Hang up. Oh, I know what hang up is.
子供が親に、もう充電がないから電話を切らなくちゃ。
祖父は甘い食べ物や飲み物が好きだ。
僕の母は建築士だ。この家を作ったのも母だ。
Sashi? Sashi, I thought it was Sashi, but... Oh. I skipped. I skipped the...
久しぶりに会った父は
I keep
だいぶ
skipping a
細くなって
syllable.
いた。
この車には大人2人と子供2人が乗っています。
Answer.
電話に出る。もしもし、 もう一度お名前を言ってください。
天気予報士が今年の冬は寒いと言っていた。
Oh, oh, tea. Oh, not teacup.
コップに少しのお茶が入っている。
Oops.
留学生と話したり遊んだりする。
私はトウモロコシが大嫌いです。
僕はこの会社の社長の秘書だ。
僕は毎日6時くらいに起きます。
私はあのビルの4階に住んでいる。
Why does this not look right? Oh. Can we say this? That shows a flow of events. What's following after? To continue? No. Like something after this, like kore kara? Or like after that, or like sore kara? Probably sore kara.
掃除をしてそれから寝ます。
この番号の意味は何ですか？
最後の問題まで解く。
Oh.
これはお菓子ではありません。
楽しい impression の写真を見る。Impression down impression through emotion.
楽しい感じの写真を見る。
クラスメートを誘う。2限と3限の間に一緒に昼ご飯を食べません。
昨日は会社の先輩とタクシーに乗った。
僕は夏よりも春の方が好きです。
私の兄は大人です。
What? What?
私はクラスメートのみんなとここのレストランに来たことがある。
みんな。Okay.
この城は世界で有名です。
Probably.
こんにちは。今日は9月9日です。
母が子供たちに、夏は家族全員で沖縄に行きましょう
Different president.
私の父は会社の社長です。
娘が父に、手が届かないのであの本を取ってください。
簡単な課題より難しい課題の方がやりがいがある。
誰か僕に素敵な女の子を紹介してください。
昨日は子供と動物園へ行きました。
ケント、引っ越しをしたことがある？タクミ、ないよ。
Alright. Alright. Not bad. Oh, it's 2 a.m. already? That's okay. I'm pretty A-okay right now. Oh, I have 2 badges today. Oh, we're doing this. Okay. Badge obtained. Oh, better embellishment in the future. What does ghost mean? Slay ghosts. I guess that involves ghosts of yours, so probably error stuff. Well, probably not. All right. It still comes down to grammar stuff. I'm not reading clearly and interpreting things clearly from the keywords. We'll continue that in a bit. Today is about consolidating, so able to nip it in the bud by 4. Alright folks, that's a wrap for Bunpro today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up Bunpro for yourself, give it a try. You're always welcome to come on by, yap, ask interesting questions. I got an opportunity to ask about memorization tips, huh? It's becoming more and more elaborate, but I think I have a pretty generally acceptable idea. What is this? Oh, you get things for streaks too. I see. Yeah, 1,000 days. What is 1,000 days? Less than 3 years? That's not gonna happen because of how scheduling works. So, anyways, yeah, feel free, come on by. I always like to yap, talk about things, discuss, encourage each other, right? Until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Right. See you guys next time. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, take a quick bathroom break, stretch, walk around a little bit, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第386天6天. It is day 386. Oh, yesterday was rough. Like, you know, it's one of those once in a blue moon days. Indulged in so much interesting topics. Got to expound upon some cursory, old sciencey related things. Got carried away. So today, we did our lessons, our 20 lessons. Technically, it came after 4 a.m., so we don't have lessons today. Although the workload already doubled up, and I cut the workload in half because of how tired I was. So we're making up the other half, including today's half. So that's why there's like around 200. Hopefully we'll run through those before 4 a.m. rolls around, which then these will reset. Okay, one thing from yesterday, I was being as conservative as I could because of my running fatigue. It was Bao. Bao was pretty devastating. Wait. Right. Consume. Oh no, not Bao. It's How. Consume. Try to change it up more about doing chores and then consuming all the fur, the beast fur in fire after plowing them together. Feel the fire in the bathroom, I suppose. The magical hot spring, magical bathroom of some sort. It's not the greatest. Really not the greatest. Alright, so let's hop right into our review. We can leave a few. It doesn't have to be all 200, but I'm feeling pretty decent. Pretty decent today. Another day or two. Gonna have some other projects. The big month. It's game month. February is kind of like my treat. I get to do some gaming. Alright. Let's get into our reviews. Oh, right. This is from yesterday. I'm still not quite sure what it is. Oh, it could be like...
Cool.
See, just a day rest and good to go. Enlarge, that's fine. Oh, I know what this is too today. It's purchase. Oh, right. Go.
Go.
Heck. Oh no, that's law. I think.
胸骨。
心脏位于胸骨旁边。
What the heck? Oh, it's like the sternum. Oh, 劳动, not 劳动.
末。
Something about filling in the, probably like foam. Yeah, okay. Filling in the leak from the dead tree.
"传真"
我发了一份传真给他。
think I have it.
阻挡，
警察阻挡了交通。
替代品，
水没有替代品。
What? Water? Alternatives? Water don't have alternatives. Hawaii. Oh, yeah, Hawaii. Yeah, Hawaii. What? Oh, not Hawaii. Hawaii. Oh man, that's the wrong tone. Okay. What? Hold up. Spade. Dress. Oh. My initial feeling was like "le but that's not it.
劳动，
劳动可以让人健康。
滋润，
春雨滋润了大地。
No? Oh.
碳，购买，
我需要购买一件新衬衫。
玻璃，
玻璃是沙子做的。
Oh, there's a typo in there.
翘，有，
No. Heck. Well, I know it.
“规矩”
这里的规矩很严格。
按
Base. Or is it press? Hmm.
愉快，
这次旅行非常愉快。
Pleasant. That's fine. I think I'm using this. Fair enough, actually. What? Wait. Oh. It's way, not way. I'm gonna say
总裁、
他是公司的总裁，
总裁 an overall leader thing. Okay, fair enough.
副总统、
副总统的发言非常精彩。
Say what? Something makes me want to type moo. Oh, okay. Oops. Cool. How does this work? I have no idea what that is. This one is... Oh, no, wait. I knew what that is. Dang it. I have no idea how the net fits in. It is 4. Dang it. Disappointing.
"热腾腾、
我喜欢吃热腾腾的包子。
肉、舞、
Or military. That's fine.
夏威夷、
夏威夷的沙滩非常吸引人。
铝、
Man, I really thought it was Jewel.
锅馒头
他做的馒头很好吃。
Could be. Oh no, it's not. Huh. Hmm. I don't think this has a shot. How? Oh no. Yeah, no. I wasn't even close. Not even close. Oh no.
铝凹凸
桌子的表面凹凸不平。
墨老彩虹
孩子们喜欢画彩虹。
悬挂
墙上悬挂着一幅画。
枝
Okay. I need help. What? Supposed to be a leaf. Can I simplify this? Why don't I know you?
T
Okay. What I thought it was, but yikes. Okay. That's really what? Oh. 衰退 and I don't think this has a shot. Flesh. No, it's potato. Hacking potato. We'll see what we can do.
轰动，
这部电影引起了轰动。
Like
风，
what? Speak. The edge is similar. Missing a radical. No, that doesn't make any sense.
“津津有味”，
他津津有味地看这本书。
Like really excitedly invested. Yeah, it's fine. Great interest.
装， 设，
Hmm?
枚举，
我无法枚举所有的问题。
Oops. Enumerate. Enumerate.
衰退，
视力衰退是常见的问题。
Okay. Not bad. Yeah, 税收. Oh, I messed up the show. Dang it. It is shui though. Alright, so no worries about that. I mean, like, oof, like, causes sensation. To move, like, to move as in to elicit something. a feeling, to elicit a feeling. Trying to feel. The sensation thing is like, eh.
船舶、
港口里各种船舶来来往往。
What?
战俘、
他曾经是一名战俘。
删除、
请删除这个文件。
仇、
Part of revenge, but animosity is good.
税收、
今年税收很低。
求、
What the? No clue. At the moment.
全、岩石、
小河旁边有很多岩石。
防汛、
政府制定了防汛计划。
鹿角、
那是一副美丽的鹿角。
富含、
这块土壤富含营养物质。
Or kind of like being, yeah, be rich in, okay. Or just to stay rich in, retaining wealth, keeping wealth. Boy, yeah, that. What is that?
差、
What? I'm getting that mixed up with something. What? Oh, that's a typo. Yeah, I thought this was oh. I really thought this was. Hmm.
储蓄、
我每个月储蓄一些钱。
数、
Not bad. It's a so loyal thing. That kind of feels like a 50-50 right now. Man.
"埋伏、
猎人在树后埋伏，想捕捉野鹿。
What the? Like, just ambush? Okay. You know, something screams Hui on here. It is not. Why does that scream Hui to me?
"黎明、
鸟儿在黎明开始唱歌。
真、
Okay. Something screams.
是、
Okay. Alright.
福、
Oh no. Ooh.
打岔、
请不要在我说话的时候打岔。
No. Oh no. Oh no. I thought this was Hui.
会 户
Oh, it's who, not woo, for Shanghai.
胸罩
这个胸罩的尺寸不太合适。
灌输
父母灌输孩子善良的品德。
姿势
他的姿势看起来很放松。
龙送 窄 解剖
学生在解剖青蛙。
解剖，解剖。That's fine. I said cut apart is fine. Or even cut open. Cut apart is a little bit rougher than cut open. No. Let's see what the left is. The pun T. Okay, it is. Oh, I just didn't get the word. Okay. I think I'm okay. The heck?
兵役
他已经完成了兵役。
Ah! Wrong type there.
侠 请
100.
扶手，
动物扶手喝水，
喷漆，
他的衣服上沾到了喷漆。
洗手，
朋友应该携手渡过难关。
Oh, hand in hand.
磨，
What? Hmm. I change this. See. Oh, it's probably. I did change it. Probably 翠绿.
翠绿，
翠绿.
翠绿的森林让人感到放松。
浊水，
他们在浊水中游泳。
侠义，
侠义已死。
冰烧，
他发现有人在盯梢他。
That one's tough.
唤起，
这次事件唤起了公众的强烈反应。
贪，
What the heck? Oh, typo.
摊子，
他的摊子上摆满了新鲜的水果。
挪用公款，
他因为挪用公款被逮捕了。
What? Oh. Wait. What? What is?
嫁妆，
他的嫁妆里有很多家具。
担心，
这将是他担心的见证。
Oil. Um,
玫瑰，
玫瑰花开得很漂亮。
星，
oh, that's not. I really thought this was.
鸢，
Okay. What is that?
细，
We're not using tiptoe, we're using plan for this. Oh, not tiptoe. Contract.
脸庞，
他的脸庞看起来很严肃。
Oh no, I just went with that. Did I change it up or did I use spoon and skeleton? Pretty sure that's a corpse. Yeah, autopsy. Did I use death? I did use. Yeah, I used death.
淘金，
他去山上淘金。
江，
Don't know where whose finger that. I really thought I did. Pretty disappointing.
“漩涡”，
漩涡非常危险，不要靠近。
俄国，
我想去俄国旅游。
低碳、
低碳生活，
验尸、
家属同意验尸，
Oh, I forgot the N.
恭请、
1公顷大的购物中心，
黄、依赖、
小孩很依赖父母，
What? Dang it. I typed 破 instead of pot.
怕、遮、
Oh no, that's soul.
驶入、
作弊对他来说是耻辱，
配、将、
Oh no. I don't know which one.
谈、狭窄、
这门太狭窄了，
滥用、
请不要滥用别人的信任，
进、禅师、
禅师教导我们如何冥想，
恐怖片、
他喜欢看恐怖片，
What? Hmm.
虾子、
我喜
龙虾、
龙虾是一种美味的海鲜，
This has gotta be. Oh no. Pung. Alright, you got me. I don't. Yeah, that one's not gonna help. I thought of every single one except that one. Because Patrick doesn't have any fingers. Well, that kind of sucks. Oh, Kirk.
悬崖、
从悬崖上可以看到大海，
岁山崖
他在山崖上拍了照片。
Hmm.
捧
Oh, I know what this is.
移
If I had to do it all over again, would I do HanziHero again? I would do everything the thing that I've done over again. Yes.
"刹住
在楼前把车刹住。
That question would be relevant for someone who lives life with regrets. What the heck? Break and pour? Oh, like to just stop? I wonder where the jewel is coming from. Just pour everything into stopping.
恐怖
夜晚的森林总是显得很恐怖。
驳回
公司驳回了他的辞职信。
What's another way to say use to get back at the person? I would like to reject.
豆浆
豆浆是用黄豆做的。
You're just wondering if you can recommend HanziHero because you did WaniKani. Not sure how to think about typing in the tones. Yeah, I mean, pinging is a thing. Recommendation. I mean, fundamentally, they both use SRS. So if you ask yourself that WaniKani works because, like, so. A lot of times I don't recommend things. Like, I don't recommend things. Like, recommendation requires me. So let's do like the really quick fast things. So I can only recommend things when there are two conditions met. One, the person asking knows me well enough, and then two, I know the other person well enough. So since we just met, these aren't conditions. However, I can do what I can do best is to describe really quickly the things that might be important be your decision. So since I use WaniKani and HanziHero side by side, I can tell you some stuff. So the similarities. One big similarity that people will see on the surface is that if you can ask yourself when you use WaniKani, is it the SRS that works? If it's the SRS that works, HanziHero also uses SRS. So that's likely a similarity. Now, if you're saying like, oh, you like the mnemonics, right? If you're used to the way WaniKani presents its mnemonics, these would be different. So these two mnemonics, WaniKani presents a X and HanziHero presents a Y. They're not overlapped at all. So that means that if you're used to WaniKani's mnemonic system, you will need to learn a new one. And it will also be like WaniKani, where it's a yes or no process, and you can choose to reject it or not. From my experience, talking to people who use WaniKani, they usually reject WaniKani when they become intermediate. So when they get used to WaniKani, they usually reject the mnemonic system. So they default to the idea that the SRS is the reason why WaniKani works for them. And this is because of consistency. So if you're worried about your consistency, because that's what SRS, like the planning and the repetition to keep yourself consistent, HanziHero does the same thing. It's actually on an even more mature SRS than the SRS that WaniKani is doing. So it has the undo your button, undo your answers and all the others, instead of needing a script for WaniKani. So this is like the number one reason when you ask yourself, when you're using WaniKani, what is it about WaniKani that works? If it's just the SRS and you're largely ignoring, like you're right here, you're ignoring the mnemonics since you used it for a very long time. HanziHero introduces another mnemonic too, but you would ultimately also ignore that as well. And there are lots of people, yes, a substantial number of people use WaniKani, and then they used HanziHero, and they did the same thing. They only value the SRS, and they ignore the mnemonics over time. So, I value the mnemonics. I actually don't value the SRS. So, when I was using the similarities, basically, when I use WaniKani, the SRS is not my value system, but it's part of it. Like, it's the first time I've used an SRS system, and it's okay. I think SRS is okay. I come from a formal training background. So formal training, like formal education, they use SRS. Most of your things, your classes, like college, graduate school, they all use SRS. All of them. Like, you have quizzes, you have homework, you do exams, you study them. It's all SRS. So this one was interesting. I studied. It's consistent between the two. So if you think if that's what you're describing, yeah, just as you described, doing mnemonics at the start is fine, but at intermediate it gets tedious, and you would probably do it for the SRS. Yeah, so it's the same experience. Now the big thing is when you're learning the new mnemonic system, technically you can still create mnemonics the same way you did with WaniKani, if you're still practicing that. Like, if you kept that somewhere in your pocket, you can still use the however but that would mean you have to make it, right? You would have to make the mnemonic system. In HanziHero, the mnemonic system is made for you. Now, you can do that all you want. So if it was specifically for the SRS, you're not missing anything. So if you bought into HanziHero, you can ignore the mnemonic. However, I will give you a really big caveat. The mnemonic is not optional. So there is something that is different. So one of the number one differences that will turn off someone who uses WaniKani is WaniKani, the mnemonic is optional. It's optional at first. Like you can choose to ignore the mnemonic right from the beginning. Like if you don't like reading it, just use the flashcards. You can ignore, you can skip the ones. In HanziHero, it's made semi-not optional. You would have to go out of your way to skip all of them. So you can choose to skip them. And that's the major complaint that most people use HanziHero. They use HanziHero for the SRS. So you would have to manually skip all of them. They will teach you every one of the components. So I can show you the first month. The first 2 or 3 months is going to fill with these things. So when you said maybe you're not sure about typing the tones, that's part of the mnemonic system. You learn to type the tones because the mnemonic system helps you type the tones. So you have to spend a large majority of time doing this. So that means how do you type? How did I keep on typing like 谢 like this, and then che, right? All of this is tied to the mnemonic system. So the whole curriculum and all the components, or not, and all the components might be a little different, but you can use all your WaniKani components. You don't need to learn radicals again if you don't want. So the entire sound system is part of the mnemonic. So you can skip all these. When literally these come up, you can skip them because it uses a more mature SRS, so you could skip all these. But you would have to skip all of them manually as you go, and that would facilitate going straight into the other things. So if you're ever curious how I'm learning, how I'm doing it, it depends. A lot of times people say the mnemonic system gets too tedious. I don't think it's tedious. I actually do it automatically. So every time I'm typing an answer, I can do most of the things intuitively, but when I get stuck, I go back to the mnemonic system. WaniKani is very similar. It's not that I don't do it anymore, it's I only do it when I forget. So if I forget something, the mnemonic system covers it. So most of the time, it's about 99%. And for WaniKani, I did grow out of the mnemonic system because now I turn that mnemonic system into something I create. So whenever I learn a new word and it has a kunyomi and I want to build it off the onyomi, it takes me 10 seconds to make a mnemonic system that fits me using WaniKani's thing. And then when I'm learning with HanziHero, I actually combine both WaniKani and HanziHero's mnemonic systems together. So for all the trouble words and stuff, the 10% that doesn't really line up with anything, I still use the mnemonic system. It takes about a couple seconds. That's how often I've used it. So that's something that you might want to consider. You still can manually skip all of them if you want. The mnemonic system is supposed to teach you how to, half of it is supposed to teach you what this is. So this is a do, jiang. And when you're doing jiang, you learn the tone as you're going along. So to get this, you would have Dracula, bakery, and beans. Those are your keywords. And you would get, and there, Dracula's in the bathroom. So it's always Dracula, bathroom, bakery, something dealing with beans, and then you get dough. Bathroom is always 4. Dracula is always D, and bakery is always U plus O plus U. And then Jiang is the same thing. J is Jimmy Neutron. GI. An, so like the tone 1 is inside. Tone 1 is outside. The Ang, the ANG, is chapel. And then you have your stuff. So in here, you have up here is general, the component general. And bottom here is water. So now you have a mnemonic that combines Jimmy Neutron, who's outside the chapel, hanging out with the general to make a holy, like a holy liquid. And that liquid is thick. So it's called thick liquid. That is the definition for this. And this is bean, which is bean and is still bean. So that's a convenient one. Like if you take any of these and you forget something, you know exactly what the read is. Like for example, this is, the Japanese word for use or you. Right, but this is yong in Chinese, which is still use. Yong, you have Y, that's Yoshi. Yoshi, bathroom. Yoshi, bathroom, temple. And Yoshi, bathroom, temple is using a rack. That's a rack. And the rack is being used for some reason in the temple and the bathroom, so you get use. So it's use, and then you take the Y from Yoshi. That's the initial. Bathroom tells you it's tone 4. So you have to type 4 to get this character. And then temple has the ending ONG, or like gong. So then when you combine them, you get yong. And you do that for the first like month or two. And most people, they decide in the beginning whether they're going to reject it or do the WaniKani thing where you kind of use it and then you get your training wheels and then you reject it and then you leave it. For myself, both WaniKani plus HanziHero, both HanziHero, this is how I think of things. So I don't like, this is not tedious. This is what I do naturally. I do most of these things. The mnemonic devices are mnemonic devices, like systems, are underneath the umbrella of mindscapes. So mind webbing, and then mind webbing is under association. So in order for me to comprehend things and whatnot, I use these systems too. So combining WaniKani and HanziHero together is just another tool in the shed, right? However, I do not waste my time, so to speak, by using something as a training wheel and then like dumping it later. They end up coming up again and again and again. So all of this stuff is pretty easily able to rearrange and repurpose. Like puzzle games use the same system. If you're ever trying to solve a puzzle and it has an order of operation, you would you can use exactly what WaniKani and HanziHero put together. You can probably solve most puzzles. Like for example, Talos Principle, or like Portal games. If you like deck builders do the same thing. Anything with a logical system requires a mnemonic system for this. So it's really up to you if you want to use these systems or not. You would probably give the mnemonic system a try either way. I'm glad you asked. Yeah, like in the long run, I would say that if WaniKani's SRS is good enough for you, you can still use Anki. However, if you like Chinese, right? So one of the thing is, this is probably one of the few that has a Chinese set deck. Sorry, why did I write TT? traditional Chinese and simplified Chinese. And if you are already interested in Japanese, the traditional Chinese is really wonderful to test your Japanese knowledge as you're going, right? And then there are some simplified characters that are in Japanese, but traditional Chinese is really great for reinforcing Japanese kanji. And then when you get enough proficiency in traditional Chinese, it only takes a few weeks actually to figure out all the missing simplified ones. Japanese have a few simplified characters. The large of it is traditional Chinese characters outside of your kana, your conjugations and your particles and whatnot. So that can be a really strong boon. You might not even need a mnemonic system if you use a mnemonic. You can develop a mnemonic system connecting kanji. You might even have intuitions connecting kanji and Hanzi, especially traditional Hanzi. So that in itself is a mnemonic system. You can form associations already if you're already studying Japanese characters. And then you can see if you like the mnemonic system that they have. Oh, which by the way, HanziHero's trial period is the same as WaniKani's now. I don't know how long it's been since you've done a trial period, but HanziHero there's no time limit. You get like approximately 100 like lessons basically. And so you can do it with what you have. There are other features. So HanziHero is a much later thing. So it also has dictionary features, so you can add your own words. It's still being updated technically. So all the things that WaniKani might lack in feature set for SRS, HanziHero has by default. So that's also something to consider. Because like these sentences, reading out these sentences is it's a normal feature of HanziHero, where WaniKani does not, because WaniKani is using a natural, like they're using a speaker, right? HanziHero uses synthetic voices, uses TTS. It's curated TTS. However, in Chinese, personally, in Chinese, Mandarin's TTS services are sufficient, in my opinion. There is some weird things in there. However, they do not take away from your ability to know what tone it is. So generally speaking, unlike like Japanese pitch accent, which could present a problem in resolution, a tonal language is gross enough where like the changes are dynamic enough that TTS accommodates that if you're worried about like hearing things. So am I doing traditional? Yes, I am doing traditional Chinese right now. I'm getting near the end. We're like, well, not really near the end. We're at like 4,000 characters, or like 3,500, but this has approximately 3,890 characters like in total. So I haven't gone through all of them yet, and that should cover most of the space. It covers all of the Japanese kanji that you would probably see, since Chinese has like a more larger bank of characters. And I started with simplified actually. So I actually completed the Duolingo course first. Well, not anymore. Duolingo's Chinese course was updated, but I actually learned with Duolingo first. So we completed the Duolingo course, which was in simplified Chinese. And then I started traditional. And Duolingo had like 1,800 characters. So I was familiar with almost all the common simplified Chinese characters before I started traditional. And then once I do this, I will probably go back and spend a few weeks to collaborate with the simplified. And the reason why I mentioned the TTS thing is because I have to make sure that people know my family, my parents are Chinese. So I grew up with a tonal language, and my parents and I speak a dialect that has even more tonality than Mandarin, the principal Mandarin, and they speak Mandarin and Cantonese with other people. So I grew up listening to tonal languages and speak tonally. So one of the things that I'm saying is that the TTS, if you're ear training, if you already spent ear training listening to Japanese, the TTS for Mandarin is sufficiently enough for you to know exactly what the tone is. It's actually a lot. You could say there are more tones, but it's very visible to someone who's been practicing trying to pick up pitch accent. So if you're really listening for ups and downs, Mandarin, even with TTS, is very, very noticeable. You know where the pitches are going, and regardless of how robotic it is. So it's not the same as Japanese pitch accent, which it can quote unquote sound unnatural in the sense of not being useful for pitch accent. So that's something that I do want to make notice, because WaniKani does have native speakers. Their recording for their words are native. HanziHero is a 2-person team. To keep in mind, also HanziHero is a pair of brothers, and they kinda update, kind of. So they do respond on the forums. There's not a lot of forum chatters, so you can type things and ask, and they would respond to it. WaniKani, you have already known, is a larger team, a much larger team. So don't expect like rapid updates or anything like that. Typically, if you find an error, you can write it on the board, but don't expect content updates or something like rapidly correcting typos. You're gonna have to rely on your own intuition and cross-reference to, like, there's an error, for example, there's one or two tone errors that I've come across with the help of others. So those are the things you might want to take into account. WaniKani has a content team, exclusive content team, so they have curated a lot of things. Yeah. Maybe a slight different thing that might be unrelated. All their example sentences are not graded. So that might be something good for someone. I enjoy it because I like seeing myself grow into the sentences. You know how WaniKani in the beginning, their example sentences was graded, so what they used was they used a lot of ego, right? They used a lot of katakana words to replace the words until you get the kanji, and all those like sentences sounded really weird. And yeah, so most people just don't read those sentences because they're so hard to read, because they're not natural Japanese sentences. In this case, Kevin just doesn't do that. So all these sentences, they're gonna have lots of characters that you don't know. The nice thing is, whenever you go into them, you can still look at them. So here's the card. Like these sentences down here, it's slightly cut off, but you can see the top one. Like, 我每天喝豆浆, right?
我每天喝豆浆。
我每天喝豆浆. It will be translated here, and then if you click on it, it would pop up to show you what the pinyin is, right? And you can still do all of these, but the sentences are not graded. They're just simple sentences written the way you would say it. They're not based context space or anything. So like, it's supposed to help you hear the simple sentences, but generally the sentences themselves are not written in a way that is comprehensible input. So it doesn't take into account CI. So none of the graded stuff. This just says I drink soy milk every day. It could have been anything, right? Doujiang could have been anything. It could have been water, alcohol, soup, there's nothing about this sentence that will help you with what the word you forgot. But this would be the typical structure that someone says this. So you're exposed to all the typical structure that you would hear. It's not written deliberately so you can figure out the word. So that's one thing to consider. I think WaniKani's team tries to make the sentence a lot of times include something that will help you remember the word if you ever read them. I don't typically read them that much, since now that I'm using Bunpro, that's how I'm doing it now, where Bunpro by default have you reading the sentences in order to figure out the word that goes in it. So something that's an additional thing that might be useful or not. So I listen to this every day, day in and day out. I don't mind how the TTS sounds at all.
豆浆很好喝.
Yeah. 豆浆很好喝, right? Which that just means soy milk is very tasty. 很好喝. Are you interested? Yeah. Are you interested in learning Chinese? But may I ask, how long have you been working on Japanese, and what piques your interest about Chinese? To give you a little background, I'm illiterate. Like I was illiterate. 2 years ago, I was illiterate in reading Mandarin or Chinese script, right? The Chinese scripts are consistent between all the like dialects and whatnot. So, however, the speaking are unintelligible to each other. So I wanted to read them. So in a way, I already have ear training and grammar. So I'm a heritage speaker in Chinese, to give you an idea. And then Japanese, I didn't know any Japanese. So we started 2 years ago in Japanese. We started with Duolingo for Japanese and Chinese. And I did this whole thing on how I go about using their mnemonics and their systems and then adding on top. My primary focus when I'm doing this stuff is routine, methodology, not necessarily focus on optimizing the most efficient way to learn something. So how I explain the differences between HanziHero and WaniKani, those are my focuses. Everything else is secondary, like learning Chinese and learning Japanese very quickly or however quickly. That's not my goal. My goal is to be able to explain and compare and contrast and predict what people are looking for when they're interested in these apps and whatnot. I'm here to like review, constructively criticize the functionality of tools. If I learn how to speak and read Japanese and Chinese along the way, that's pretty good. It's an extra bonus. Yeah, my most interesting thing is to get people to learn consistently, want to learn, develop new learning strategies. So my focus is specifically on the learning part. And at any time, if you want to talk about and like discuss learning routines and like your schedules, like how you're doing things, that's kind of why I like study and do things along the way. And then whoever wants to talk about things, that's usually the goal. You've been done with WaniKani level 60 for a few years now. Congratulations. You've been learning Japanese since 5 years ago, and you kind of want another challenge with Mandarin? If you're already 60 plus, like you've already done it a few years ago and you've been learning for Japanese for 5 years, I think this is gonna be a really wonderful way to rekindle your use of Japanese. Like learning traditional Chinese, for example, is a great way to leverage your Japanese all over again. Like I don't even think you need another mnemonic system, but if the mnemonic system's value would probably be for the pinging only. So like you could you could probably just simplify the pinyin and test their mnemonic system without the meaning. So you might not need to know any of the meanings because you can corroborate it to the Japanese meanings. They are very familiar outside of a few differences. And since you're already past the formal, so if you're like N1 plus, generally all of your N1 plus and maybe even N2, that's the beginning of Chinese. Like the substantial portion of all your formal and like formal public Japanese is the colloquial, is part of the colloquial Chinese. It is the early stuff like the N5 through N3 stuff that is less, they're more nuanced to be Japanese unique. So you probably are gonna breeze through even without a mnemonic system at all. The idea is the input is going to be the thing that you have to learn again, right? You need to learn a different input. So if you're using like a Roman keyboard, pinyin is the way to enter it, much like Romaji, right? Romaji would be the other exception. So pinyin is, I would say, an incentive possibly to see if the mnemonic system's kind of fun to do. Personally, you can change all the mnemonic system while you're going at it. Like you don't have to use Jimmy Neutron, right? Like depending on how old you are. Like here are some of the characters they use. We have Jimmy, SpongeBob, Xena, like Julius Caesar. So it can be like really, so the way the mnemonic system that Kevin uses is procedural. It's very procedural. So unlike WaniKani is high complexity. Like it's really native, as in you use your native perspective. Like what's a boat, right? Like what's a taco? That's very high native. So if it's high native and it doesn't resonate with you, it just doesn't work. Kevin uses procedural, so he uses a mind web approach, which is what I typically use, a mind web approach or mind palace approach. And that's, you have A plus B plus C always. And then A plus B plus C forms the D meaning. And D is the WaniKani part. It's the story part. But A, B, and C always follows in the same order. So you can replace A with anything you want. Like it doesn't have to be Jimmy. It could be Jim, Earthworm Jim or something. So everything is procedural. It's always a person, a position, and a location. And then the D encompasses the radicals. The radicals and then the meaning. So this is systematic. It's far more systematic than WaniKani, which feels like, okay, sometimes it's this, sometimes it's like an exception. Like by the end of like intermediate, when you get to like level 30 or 40, it feels like everything is arbitrary. Like, oh, it's extra, double tax. It's the thing like, oh, this person wanted to write it this way. Oh no, like this read is not linked to this mnemonic anymore. It's linked to like 4 different mnemonics that are haphazardly moved around and inconsistent. In Kevin's approach, which is what I typically do, the only time you change up your mnemonic system is you're adding to it. So you're always adding an additional step, but you never do more steps than you need to. You're always doing the minimal amount, and the minimal amount is these 3 things: the character, the position, and the location. That will get you your read. And if the read is enough for you to get the definition, then you don't need anything else. So it's incredibly fast and it's scalable the moment you establish everything. So because in pinyin, right, there's only a specific combination. there's only a specific combination. So instead of remembering all the combinations, which is like, I don't know, greater than 100 combinations, include with the tones, you're only remembering, in order to get all the sounds, you're only remembering 100. No, not even 100 actually. It's like 72 items. That's it. 72 items. Like nothing beyond that. So the moment the mnemonic, the forward mnemonic, the rest of the mnemonic, you don't have to write anything because it's dealing with meaning. Like it's you looking at these characters and making your meaning and connection, which you already do. If you've done 5 years of Japanese and you've been on level 60, you have already done this. This is an automatic process where you look at this and it's like, I already have enough meaning. So the other thing is, the other half is trying to come up with a pinyin system. And pinyin is the fastest part of this route because you're only doing the same thing over and over again. The moment you get your 72 things down. So for me, what happens is I read these before I know the meaning. Like I know how these characters sound before I even know what it means. That's how quickly it is. Now, here's also one thing that is really cool about, or maybe you'll find refreshing. In Chinese, 80% of their characters only have one read. It is only very special multi-purpose characters that have more than one read, and they usually are very related to how they function. So when you invest in a mnemonic system that is procedural, that's always the same order, it translates to every single character you'll ever know. Like it doesn't change at all. So unlike needing to constantly come up with like 3x the volume of mnemonics, which is what Japanese, how WaniKani goes about it because of kun, right? Kun, nani, and on, which then creates convolution, like a bit of interference. In Chinese, when you know the tone, when you know the pinyin, it's always that. And when you're reading it, the pinyin doesn't change. So like, unlike pitch accent, right? Pitch accent, what happens is sometimes you would have something that's odaka, and then when it gets one extra syllable, it becomes a tamadaka, right? Like that type of thing, that doesn't happen here. It doesn't happen in Chinese. It's always shui most of the time. Like nearly all of the cases, when you know it's shui, you say shui, de, right? It's always going to be that way. Like, you know, shi, yi. There are a few exceptions, right? There are sandi rules, but that's like 3 or 4 compared to Japanese, which nearly all the kunyomis are exceptions. Onyomi, which is derived from Chinese, are most consistent because they carry the sound. And the sound shapes carry really far too. You will immediately, as a Japanese veteran, you will immediately know that, wait a minute, this thing here with a combination of this, it's probably a form of dian. Like this, it's a form of de. Like this, right? Like this is a sh shape. This is a bai shape. This is a du shape. So a lot, not all of it, but I would say more than 50%. When you have that Japanese feeling over time where like, oh, you know what? I kind of know what some Japanese characters, I would say a little bit like, right now it feels kind of like 30% of the Japanese characters, they carry sound in their characters. Like they have a sound carrying radical. In Chinese, it's even more than that. And the only thing that changes oftentimes is a tone. So like you're gonna find that sh, lots of sh's look like sh, and lots of sh looks like sh. So you're gonna have a lot of appreciation for your Japanese. After learning some Japanese, you really appreciate Hanzi basically always being the same. Me too. Absolutely. And since you're already like such a veteran in Japanese, it's gonna be really like, to me, knowing how the system works is pretty great. And I'm plugging Chinese pretty hard, but here's another thing. If you're used to context-based sentences, and you're wondering like, what about grammar? It's closer to English, and in the way of arrangements, but it's closer to Japanese in the arrangement of context. In fact, it actually increases in context for Japanese, from Japanese. So basically, like, no conjugations. There's a tack on, like, sort of particle for ending, like, for like past tense or something, but not really. So everything is context based. If you want to know when something happens, you indicate when it happens in the beginning. Like, there's no like this, like, sure is technically is, but if you say yesterday, then it's was. It's the same thing. It's still sure, and nothing changes about it. You say yesterday here, and this becomes was. Like in a sense. So most context-based things, the stuff that you have to know about grammar as well, half of them is not even, they're not even present. It's literally the words. So the words themselves carry their usage. So to understand the grammar is to understand when to use the word. So it's one in the same. You don't like have separate rules or separate conceptions of when they use the word. So when you're learning the word, you're learning the grammar in the word usage. Someone said this a while ago. The grammar is largely baked in. It's baked into the vocabulary word. And even then, when you're reading, since a lot of times people like to read and they're not like actively trying to like write books or something in Chinese, and when you're speaking, Chinese is repetitious. So like when someone says 你是像是 you know 你像喝什么 right 我像喝 something. So you can repeat it doesn't, you don't need to do the whole no thing like nominalization and proper noun things. So a lot of times when you're speaking casually, it's reflexive. Chinese, in my opinion, Chinese is reflexive. So you're not trying to cut corners by trying to figure out how to say something back that's different. You say back the thing and you replace a couple words. So like if you ask, oh, what would you like to drink? I would like to drink water. When someone asks you, what would you like to drink? You can just say water. But if you wanted to say it as a full sentence, you say the same thing back because you don't conjugate anything. So when someone says, what would you like to eat? You have to conjugate, what would you like to eat? But if you need to say, I would like to eat something, you say nearly the same thing what that person said, only you change it up of the part that you would like to eat, and it's inferred that you're saying, I would like to eat. That's why like the idea of this like grammar thing is, if you know how to say it as a statement, you probably also know how to say it as a question. And then if you know how to say it as a present tense, you probably already know how to say it as a past tense or a progressive. All of them are already said, right? So you're not learning multiple layers of expression like, you know, masho, right? Masenka, right? All the endings, you're actually just adding a question word at the end. you ask the question and the context fills itself. So I think that would be a really fun contrast for someone who has learned a lot of Japanese. Right now I'm learning Japanese and Chinese together, so it's all of these things are really fun to compare. Looking at it like that really makes Chinese feel easy after learning Japanese. It really does. In fact, I would even argue personally, if you're learning them side by side, it makes you remember things. Personally, for me, constantly comparing and contrasting Chinese and Japanese makes it easier to know the differences and similarities between Chinese and Japanese. Help reinforce remembering Chinese and Japanese things. So pretty neat. And obviously there are pros and cons, right? Japanese then would be more precise than Chinese, and then you already know that English have to be more descriptive than Japanese. But when you learn Japanese, it's like Chinese has fewer training wheels. Like there's no, it becomes, and it's not a good or a bad thing, it just simply feels less tedious because there's less in it. You specify much less. There's less convolution. And the one thing that people typically concern themselves with is tones. And the funny thing about tones is they're always going to be the same. Like, what I mean is 90% of the things is always the same tone. So while in Japanese you're trying to figure out, oh, is this kairu or kairu? Is this kaisu or kaisu? This one's like, it's shui. This is shui. Always shui. If you can say shui once, you'll always be able to say shui in a sentence. Only one reading, SVO, yep, order and grammar built in. Yeah, that's like, if you're wondering, here's my thought. Like, if you're considering HanziHero, right? And if you ever wonder, like, does this help you get into reading paragraphs? Right? So a lot of times Japanese have this thing where, okay, well, the sentence doesn't provide enough. And then it's going to be hard because you need to like refer to the sentence, the structure of the next clause and whatnot. When you're hearing these things, there won't be like this, the Chinese is this stacked on each other. So like the sentences, when they're put into a paragraph, that's how it reads most of the time. Like all of these sentences, if you stack them into a paragraph, it is a paragraph. In Japanese, there's nuances in context. So like if you're talking negatively, you know, in the beginning, if you're talking negatively, you don't want to like switch the tense, right? And then when you're using nominalizers and stuff, you have to make sure the nominalizers are referring to certain things in the previous sentence. That type of interaction makes, when you're reading paragraphs, tough, right? When you're listening to anime and reading manga, it can be tough when the stuff gets longer. In Chinese, it's not like that. All the things are kind of contained in the sentence. So you stack sentences, you read the sentences as if you were reading English, basically. Like, English is very descriptive, and it's descriptive and also tediously detailed. In Chinese, you get into this habit of you read it and you infer most of the things. So you don't have to tediously write the things, which Japanese requires you to do that. And then but it's not as tedious as English because Japanese is contextually detailed. In Chinese, it's contextually not detailed. So in a way, learning to write and read there's a trade-off. It's hard to master, right? It's hard to master, but easy to get into is what I would say. That's one of the attractions between, like, Japanese, in my opinion, is hard to get into. It's hard to get into, but probably easier to master. Like, and this is like not really that great of a comparison because we're comparing apples and oranges. The idea is when something is like simplified and it's contextually heavy, it can offer a lot of intuition that gets you going quicker, right? That's kind of the idea. You probably can't write 100 kanji. Are you learning writing at the same time? I write most of the time, yes. And I use writing as my output. So my feedback from output is whenever I get, if my mnemonics, at the end of my mnemonic routine, I write whichever problematic characters I have. So part of my routine is I do the reviews and whatnot, and then I get stuck on something, then I go through a routine. I cover this in my like 100-day videos, so like my 400-day video is coming up soon for HanziHero and WaniKani, so it's this month. But I have a routine. I guess it's 8 steps now, and usually it goes 1 to 8, and if one works, I stop there. But somewhere down here, when I'm troubleshooting something, it deals with the writing output. So I do write. Inevitably, I have written all the characters. Actually, I did this with Duolingo. I wrote mind webs after every Duolingo lesson in Chinese. So a mind web would be like you take, if you got a lesson, 20 lessons, and you got 20 words, you would have to connect all the words. So when you're doing the mind web thing, right, you would have to be able to write all the words. So that's what I did. Can I ask how your writing process works? Do you have a digital notepad or something? Yes, I do. Well, I have a simple pen tablet that I've been using for a while now. This has been my drawing tablet, and I basically write as I go. So like, for example, if I need to write these things, right? So when I ever need to talk about things, right? Writing boxes, and I do this like hours on end. I've been doing this for like over thousands, like if not 10,000s of hours. So, and whenever I need to do it, I give myself a reason to use a pen tablet. And over time, you kind of write enough characters where you don't really have to think about it. And the reason why mnemonics are interesting, in my opinion, is that it helps you write the characters. So if you're ever curious about writing and how I remember writing, the mnemonics is how I write it. So like this is just shack, a bucket, and a stool, right? And you write it in that order. So all the mnemonics I have in my head for WaniKani and HanziHero, they're all rewritten in my head in the order that I would have to write them. And after a while, you have written all of your strokes. It takes, I would say, it took me about 200 to 300 total hours before you pretty much cover 90% of the stroke patterns. So then when you know the stroke patterns, you pretty much know all your radicals. So you can always produce the different radicals, right? Like things like this, right? Things like this, these things. And then you can go into like more complicated structures. They kind of fill in themselves. Like something like this, which is dragon, and so on and so forth. After, I would say, all the characters you know, if you wrote them like loosely for 100 to 200 hours, like doing different ones, you will probably get every single stroke pattern down. Yes, radicals. If you write the radicals, it's good enough. If you want to, the way I went about it was whenever I forget a word, like forget a character, I would say, all right, well, I didn't get this character, so I'll just write it and look at it for a moment. Right, I'll just look at it for a moment. All right, so how many things are in here? There are 2 things, and that's it. And then, are there modifications of this? There are, right? There's one that's similar to this. There's also this one, right? So after a while, when you're writing, you're like, okay, well, there's this. I'm like, are there other variances? Yes, there are variances. There are variances here. There's also this variant. So over time, you group, for writing purposes, it helps you group all the radicals together. And when you group all the radicals together, it also lines up with the mnemonics. So whenever someone says like, oh yeah, but this is Foreman, and then this is a different character, it's like, yeah, they're different characters, but you would be able to notice the difference especially if you write them. When you write them, you know exactly how these 2 are different. And I've been doing that simultaneously too. So obviously this is one of the more notorious ones. The other one would be this one, these 2, the fat one and then the short one, and you would know the proportions. Even though I don't have grid paper, right? Like, don't have grid paper, as long as you have the first character, you can write something proportional to it. Like this would be proportional to it, something like that. Now you can do a more exotic one that's a little weirder, something like this. Then you kind of develop your proportionalities. Yeah. And I did this during Duolingo, because Duolingo actually, in their kanji section and their Hanzi section, you actually have to, in order to complete them, you have to write over and over again the characters. Like over and over again. And I did that for some time, and I enjoyed it because near the end, I simply wanted to practice writing. So near the end, I just did the Duolingo section and repeated 10 times over. And then they had these things where the exercises, they would give you like, your choices would be something like this, right? Like you would get choices that are very similar, and that complements their writing system. So when you're looking at characters that are very similar, writing helps you distinguish them quite a lot. And it's fun. It's fun to like, I still remember when someone said, oh yeah, that's a really tricky one, you know, like something like this. Right, like key, right? This is key, or D, right? This would be machine. You get used to it, and it's a lot of fun being able to write these very quickly, right? Your standard patterns like this. Being able to write would be pretty nice. I think it's a lot of fun if you're interested. I definitely think so. This like Wacom that I've had, I actually played a game OS. I don't know if you're familiar with the rhythm game, but rhythm game uses stylus. But in fact, I draw as well. But this was like on a good day, like during a sale on Amazon, it's like 23 USDs, something like that. And this thing is one that captures with a specific driver, captures most of your raw input. So whether you like it or not, like you can check how, like, you know, it covers enough of your resolution of how shaky your hand is or whatnot, and it is perfectly sufficient. If you have a tablet, that's perfectly sufficient, right? Pick up a art program. I use Krita. Krita is free, and then I use the art program to do most of my writing. Like, I'll give you an example. When I was doing Duolingo, in order to do my reviews, I always tend to, my 100-day like benchmark things, they're like 4 to 5 hour pieces, but I have so this is what it would look like, and I would do reviews for them. So I would have things like this. This was my mind web for like unit 1. This is like the first 100 days or something in Duolingo Chinese. And you do mind webs. So these are all the vocabulary words, but they're organized. They're arranged based on their units. And then the arrows and the shorthand are my flow of knowledge. So instead of using a mnemonics system, this is mind palancing. So this character, like this vocabulary word leads into this vocabulary, which is attached to these categories, right? And then I use arrows. So there's this unit 1, and then it's like color coded, right? Color coded based on their units in the sections that they have. So I did this for every review over time. And I did this for the Japanese version, for the Japanese stuff as well, as a way to give myself a reason. I gave myself a reason to write, basically. And an art program is so much nicer when it comes to like writing. If you're seeing me write on my like web browser, it's very non-responsive. Yeah. Let's see if I have something else. Like here's my like last Japanese second page of my last Japanese 300-day review for Japanese. It's very similar, right? So you do a web, you do a categorization. So I have brackets based on categorizations. You can recognize that these are all verbs, right? These are all verbs. And these verbs are all tied to an adjective that Duolingo introduced. So a lot of times people are complaining about how Duolingo doesn't teach you anything and it doesn't do anything. It's like, yeah, I agree. It doesn't spell it out. It doesn't tell you, oh, this lines up with this. So when I was using Duolingo, I spent, after I do my Duolingo lessons, right, then I reorganize all the information categorically and explain, when you see it in Japanese, it makes a lot of sense. Oh yeah, and this is Japanese. So this particular one is Japanese, yeah. So you can see that, like, in this, for example, in this Duolingo unit 66, they had like a combination of things like chikai, yasui, and takai, right? And they can be linked to harau, harau, kau, and uru, right? Because some of these can be used in conjunction with this. So the idea is I try to rearrange most of the Duolingo stuff into a web, into an association, like a workflow that makes it easier to remember, because that's how you would eventually form sentences. And that's where I went. And then I went to WaniKani to get more vocabulary. And when I'm learning WaniKani vocabulary, I'm still doing this as I'm going along. So those are these are examples, and it would make sense to someone who's far more experienced, right, over time. But you don't have to do any of these. It's my excuse to write all these. So I did these live when this would be my day 300 second day Japanese review. So my Japanese reviews were so long that it took me 3 days. So this would be the third day to review the rest of the things. I still haven't gone through all of Duolingo Japanese things, because it was by the end of the year. This is the end of the year pretty much. My first year, which was 2 years ago. I just concluded my second year, which was WaniKani and HanziHero. This year it's Bunpro and a bunch of other things. But for now, Bunpro was my last month's project. So now Bunpro is going along WaniKani at the moment. Yeah. And the goal is, again, to learn something, see what they're learning, and then combine it with everything that we've learned before. So, and by we, I mean like my past self, right? The idea is not to abandon the things you've learned, but figure out how to bring all of that along. So the content is still going to be relatively the same. Like Bunpro, I'm learning all my vocabulary again. However, the way the vocabulary is being learned is like being introduced and practiced is different. And it's the methodology of it. So Duolingo didn't tell me to do this. The idea is I already know how to learn many different ways. So I'm not confined to just Duolingo. The idea is I'm also not reliant on any tools. So if Duolingo inspires me to reorganize the information, you should try doing that. That is how people learn. Like again, going back to this, the principle of learning to me is you have a pyramid of learning most of the time. At the bottom tiers, this is memorization to me. Memorization and repetition. And memorization and repetition requires a trigger. And that trigger would lead to recognition. So you're incredibly dependent on that. When you get to this level here, these levels in the middle, it requires analytics. So analytics mean that you have to reorganize all of it. So when you're learning, you're starting to group things together. You're starting to feel different associations if you want, because you're rearranging the information. Well, you can do this deliberately if you want. And then at the very top, which is what most people don't really need, is creation. And creation is when you're leading a conversation. Like right now, what I'm doing right now, like leading, explaining, creating new models, right, from the old models and integrating things. You don't really need to do this top part, because if you're like going to talk to someone can provide it. Like, you can answer a question. Then if they answer the question, now you have a reason to ask a question back. However, if you want to give lessons and teach and explain and review things, you have to and ultimately get to this higher level. And without organizing and reorganizing and creating outputs with the stuff that you learned and memorize and recognize, then it would be very difficult to create these things. So whenever someone says, what is a interesting way to create speech, right? And hear me out, this pyramid is drawn this way specifically. Now remember that, like, I'm not saying, whenever people say what's more important, what do you do, and they often say, what do you do more often? The reason why the pyramid is fatter down here is you actually do this more often in your life. So you can be perfectly happy with memorization and repetition, and it's big because it takes a lot of time, right? It takes a lot of time. So if you want to speed things up, sort of speak into like creation and stuff, you're gonna have to go to a higher level, and then an even higher level. But you have to remember that these higher levels are higher bang for your buck, but they also are low in frequency. That means, like, if you really want to start speaking in, like, writing a story in Japanese, or writing reviews in Japanese, teaching a Japanese class, you're gonna do it less frequently, but it does have higher returns on learning. So you grow a lot faster because you have to do everything below it integrated into the top. For most people, the things they do most often in life, which is repetition and memorization and possibly a little bit of analytics, that's what they do most of lives, and that's kind of where the grind comes from, right? So for me, whenever someone asks, do I recommend something, I have to figure out where they are. And that's why from the first question that you asked, it's very difficult for me to recommend anything to anyone specifically without understanding where their level of thinking is. Because you may very well be fine. Like, you like to take it slowly, do your repetitions, do your consistency, it feels good. That is perfectly sufficient. So I wouldn't like suddenly go into a deep analysis of how you can take this and then start making a sentence right away, and then using that sentence to create a mnemonic. That's like up here, and that would be laborious too. It would be very tedious, and it would require you to learn everything below. So this is kind of like the pyramid that I typically talk about. Here, the entry point is often a foundation. It's at the bottom because it's the foundation. If you're good with that, then you can encourage someone to start rearranging, composing, and writing is up here. Writing is somewhere here. Because writing is an output process as well. So many of the output process that people don't emphasize anymore on like learning language is because you get smaller uses out of it. And you still have to do it eventually if you want to get that skill, but you can see it represents a smaller portion of what you're going to get. So whenever someone says, what should you do first? Input, 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 input. Because you can do that. It's your most repeated skill. Your skill that is most comfortable when you enter is input. For myself, I've been in education for over pretty much my entire life is about education and teaching. So I do the whole stack when I'm learning something. So when I'm doing something for a month, I'm analyzing the thing and then I'm creating something out of it. So when I'm using Bunpro, it's not going to be specifically only using Bunpro. It's going to be using everything that I've learned before. If you don't see me using Duolingo, I still use Duolingo tricks. One of the Duolingo tricks is to know the difference between know the difference between this and this. Right? These two things are two separate things. And you'll probably see them at some point. You gotta recognize how they're different. And that's one of the tricks. But the thing is, if you only memorize it and repeat it, then Duolingo isn't going to tell you how you should organize this in your head. So when you keep getting things mixed up, you have to learn how to organize your thoughts. And the way I explain Chinese and Japanese comparatively, it's not like HanziHero and WaniKani is telling me, oh, hey guys, did you know that this is why Chinese is this way and Japanese is this way? It's only when you have enough experience and knowledge that you can start comparing things and then appreciating things for the thing that you're comparing it to and also the thing that you want to learn. And that's really wonderful. Sorry, this is starting to sound like a motivational speech, but I typically end up sounding very motivational. I think if you're able to stick to Japanese for 5+ years, man, give Chinese a go. I would love to hear all your insights. Definitely all your insights about that. Now, if you want, hear me out. There's one other thing that I haven't done myself or I haven't used myself, but might be something worth your while. As opposed to using SRS, right? Like strictly this type of SRS. HanziHero is a character-based SRS. So it's character-based, much like WaniKani. Character-based, so its focus is on pinging and character-based. There's still your other things. There's dual Chinese, which you can probably read already. So if you're into, doing your graded reading, right? Your graded reading, dual Chinese, which I haven't used yet. I already consume Chinese entertainment since a child, so I don't really know how graded things will come in, but do Chinese, you can probably already read because of your Japanese. So you can perfectly learn the reads from reading using, you know, CI, right? This is a graded reading is an application of CI. And when you're reading Japanese, when you're reading Chinese, you'll likely be able to read from the Japanese and then attach the reads that you hear from the graded reading from it. So alternatively, you may even circumvent all of this and learn from a graded perspective through storytelling. And there's another one, Chairman Bao. Chairman Bao is like NHK situation, like reading on NHK. It's taking Chinese news. What they do is characterize Chinese news. And the thing about Chinese news is it's gonna look a lot like Japanese news, especially formal, high-level Japanese news. They're usually very notoriously the same. So imagine removing removing all the particles away from Japanese, and you can probably still read it as though it's Japanese. So that's an alternative. I'm not there, like I'm not at that level, and I can still do this transliteration without understanding advanced grammar. So like, because Chinese, the grammar is built in, so if you knew Japanese, you can probably put together in a formal sense. The formal words are closer together than they are non-formal ones. The colloquial stuff, yeah, those are the things that you'll probably find are funny to compare and contrast. But the like news articles and books and stuff, you'll probably be able to read because you already know Japanese. Yeah, you agree. You're looking to build that good base with HanziHero just as you did with WaniKani. I see. Yeah, so I know this might sound like favoritism, but I do enjoy, me personally, the way Kevin lines up his like brain. The way he's going about it was very systematic. It's closer to like the ASICS you know, thing that people refer to, the ASICS system. And WaniKani and HanziHero both come from this. HanziHero is like 3 years old, so you have to keep in mind that it's probably WaniKani related, but WaniKani is 11 years, and because of its older generation, it would have to go back and retroactively become more up to date. The nice thing about WaniKani is it's consistently being updated with feedback and has a, you know, community because of that. In fact, I would even argue Bunpro's that after it's been a month with Bunpro so far, and Bunpro is absolutely fantastic because it has the bells and whistles, being younger, right? I think Bunpro is turning 6 soon, something like that, I want to say. And HanziHero is just new kid on the block. So its baseline is built upon the legacy of everything before it. I'm genuinely curious. I don't usually meet someone who's like really late into their Japanese stuff and then picking up something, especially when it comes to WaniKani. It's great to compare and contrast. I would love to compare and contrast with someone else's experience. So far, HanziHero, like traditional Chinese, is not popular. Okay, traditional Chinese is popular, and simplified Chinese, like Chinese in general, is popular. But the thing is, we're on the internet. We're on the Americanized internet, right? So oftentimes I don't enter this discussion. Like, there are rare times that people talk about Chinese. They're either Malaysian, Taiwanese, or maybe someone who studied Japanese and want to be interested in Chinese. And it's usually traditional because of being outside of mainland China. As you know, like Chinese it is very popular in the sense that there are a lot of people who know it and learn it, but those people don't necessarily interact on the Americanized net. So you don't really have, I don't really, like, for example, I don't think Twitch is allowed. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Twitch is banned, TikTok is banned. I think YouTube might be banned or limited. So the people that like you and I talking right now, I would be statistically accurate if I assume you're not from China, or you're not from a country that is adjacent to mainland China or something like that, or a large population of Chinese people, because of all of this. And it's not like people hate each other or anything like that. It's that's how like the thing situated. So most of the time when I'm talking, I'm usually, this is not to be a competition, or this is supposed to be joking, a bit joking. I'm probably the more Chinese person, but not Chinese person talking about learning Chinese. Like, my life has been like this most of the time on the internet. I know that the vast majority of people, if you want to like go learn Chinese, for example, you go to the Chinese web, right? So it's very refreshing when someone else is interested in Chinese who isn't already going to the Chinese web to get in, you know, Chinese resources. Because in Japanese it's totally different. Japanese is trendy on the American web, right? The Americanized web. So that's cool. We can talk so much about Japanese resources, but it's disproportionate how little there are Chinese resources, because most of the Chinese resources are separated. You have to go to Bilibili and sign up for an international WhatsApp identifier and hope that you know. I get what you're saying. The amount of resources of Japanese learners is really insane. It's insane to the detriment. Like, it's so much that when someone nowadays, like, it's comical. Like, it's comical how much Japanese resources there are. And it's to the point where it's becoming a barrier to having people want to learn Japanese. You know what I mean? Like, it's getting to a point where it's so saturated. People are intimidated by it. So it's really tough. Like, it's so ironic. Yeah, it's the paradox of choice. Yeah, it's so saturated now. And whenever someone comes and say, "Oh, would you recommend this?" I start with, "What are you looking for? What was the last thing you learned?" And it doesn't have to be a language. Like, do you like mathematics? Are you in school? What kind of subjects do you learn? What are your learning techniques? And then the idea is to get them to explain their learning techniques, like their preferences right now, their current preferences. Do they want to learn more learning methods? If they want, then you can sort of try to narrow down the crazy flood of like Japanese resources, because it's scary. Like, some of the ones where like someone's like, "Hey, you know, I'm gonna decide to start this," and like thousands of people hound you like, no, don't ever do that. Use all these ones over here. It's like, but these ones are good. It's like walking into like a tech show and you're like, okay, so who wants my attention? All of them want your attention. And then you just walk out the door because you have no idea what to do. Everyone thinks that they have their ways. So that's kind of interesting. And the reason why I'm a little bit more comfortable, it's also one of the reasons why I'm more comfortable in talking about HanziHero, is because there really isn't that many. Like, if you want the list, Do Chinese is your Satori reader. Satori reader, or your Tadoku, right? Your Tadoku. And then you have, I already said Chairman Bao as your NHK Easy. Obviously HanziHero, your WaniKani. And that's about it. Now, the nice thing is Chinese international entertainment is on the rise. So you have your donghua, the wonderful donghhuas to your anime, right? Like, for example, Link Click, right? I'm watching Kingdom. Kingdom is dubbed in Chinese because it's a Japanese anime, but with a Chinese subtext. So donghua is on the rise, and then now Chinese video games, right? Chinese video games are on the rise. So you're kind of getting a parallel to, you know, the Japanese gaming industry needs no introduction. Right now, Japanese, my favorite project to do, which is in less than 2 weeks, is Like a Dragon. A Like a Dragon series is put out by RGG, which is Sega, and it is tri-dubbed. They have, since its universal appeal, its breakout in like a Dragon 7, since then they tri-dubbed their games. So they have a Chinese cast, an English cast, and a Japanese cast. So I played those games through their like main story quests in all 3 languages, and I can compare side by side to them. And before Like a Dragon 7, there has always been these 3 iterations: Chinese, English, Japanese, and Korean. So RGG, one of the Like a Dragon games, and I hope Persona games kind of do that too, because Persona is affiliated, you know, Atlas, the major shareholder is Sega, and I look forward to seeing if they do that too, because it's incentivized too. For business standpoint, it's also incentivized to invest in at least Chinese, English, and Japanese. Those are the 3 markets. And then if you make a pivot, it would be Hindi, which is the Indian market. And then of course there's Korea. So it wouldn't be surprised if you start learning Chinese. I'm totally plugging all these languages, right? These languages, I'm not sure how you're gonna get Hindi. that's a whole different other story, because that's also a different writing system. But for the most part, if you're interested in Japanese and then you have Chinese under your belt, there's, in the future, in like the next couple years, there really isn't a shortage of like material that is international that you would enjoy. You're actually doing Korean right now? Nice. I haven't decided if I was gonna do Korean or not. My other languages are, I actually know, the most I used to know was Spanish. Like now I think Chinese is actually higher. I was supposed to start Spanish reviews. I tried last year, but my workload got too big. So Spanish, and then someone really likes French, so I was going to pair Spanish and French together at some point. But Korean is certainly another one. Coincidentally, the people who like French also ran Korean. I'm basically letting other people's interests guide my future here. I came to WaniKani last year because someone else suggested it, and then that led to Bunpro. So, and then HanziHero was my personal pick. Spanish and French is also on the list. Yeah, you can't ignore, like, you know, where Japanese, Chinese, and possibly even Korean are going up in a certain sphere, right? Certain sphere of like the internet is friendly to these things going up. But you can't ignore something else, which is Spanish, French. I don't know how you abbreviate French. Oh, maybe. Oh, it's FRA. And English, they are the IRL, the IRL outside languages. They are the macro languages. And these guys are the net friendly languages, in my opinion. Like, the thing that drives these three are their industries. They're industries that are integrated into the net. But outside of that, these three are the international, most pervasively used languages. Like when you're talking about like stats and stuff about countries that have the most diverse speakers, it's these three languages. Obviously, English commands the far first, right? Then Spanish is contending with French, but Spanish is number 2. So these three languages, if you want to be someone who's really interested in languages, you would kind of get both, right? A little bit of both to really feel out the stuff. Spanish, French, and English encounters diversity and influences very differently from Japanese, Chinese, and Korean. And then there's the thing in the middle, which I haven't considered yet. Like some people would pick up like Russian, right? Russian or like something Slavic. In the third tier, the Slavic language, right? Which I have no idea how to do that. And I don't think my life is going to be long enough for that. Being at least an intermediate in all of these is the goal. Me too. The nice thing for me about Spanish is I was already educated in Spanish, so it won't take too long. I do need to make time though. I've been engrossing myself in Japanese and Chinese for a while, and solid lineup: Spanish, French, Korean, Japanese, Chinese, solid. And if anything, like to sound a bit more encouraging, if anything, staying, this is my little mantra, like I like what's the point, right? A lot of times people say, what's the point? Why you do this? And you have your reasons. For my reason that I always tell people is, when you're staying with learning, that's very not very elegant, but if you stay learning, right? If you stay learning, you stay younger and in mind. So what's the point of trying to find something that you're consistently learning? You stay very active up here, and that makes life, it impacts everything about your life. So if there's any reason to say, oh yeah, I want to keep on learning something, whether it's difficult or not, it's difficult enough to drive you to learn something, it keeps you young. It certainly keeps dementia away. I mean, if there's anything that has value in our life as human beings, probably our consciousness. So younger minds for the win. And by younger, I don't mean like biologically younger, but more like aspect of learning. If someone keeps on learning, that's how you stay spry and adaptive. I know, your bones are going to ache and you're gonna like, you might feel a tad bit slower or what have you, maybe in the mind or something, but you gotta keep flexing that muscle up here. All right, anyways, that's my pitch. I guess you could take it as a recommendation or not, but the brain, do not, like, if there's anything that is not worth it, I don't usually say if it's worth it or not, or tell people hot takes. However, there's one thing I can agree on. Your brain, it's not worth making your brain stagnate and just sit there and waste away. It's the one thing, it's the most treasurable thing of being human. If you're sitting there doom scrolling, and you're not feeding your brain fuel to make it get used to learning something difficult or like challenging itself every once in a while so it can get a good workout, it's not worth it. Not worth leaving your brain to sit and like waste away. So totally on board with adding more languages. That is a really wonderful way to give your brain a workout. Making learning a daily habit as one of the best benefits starting WaniKani or SRs in general. Yeah. Oh yeah, exactly. Oh, as AWS was, yeah. Wait. That's okay. You never know, mister. Like you never know when there's a new abbreviation. I can tell you, trying to learn abbreviation from Gen Z and Gen Alpha kids, that is a workout. Like that is amazing. So I try to never take it for granted that it's a typo. I don't know if you ever watch like funny videos, like speaking of language, right? You've ever gotten to like really read Gen Alpha net speak? Like, holy, that's a new age thing. It would be kind of fun to try to like there's this guy that I watch, you're probably already familiar with it, the etymology nerd. The etymology nerd, oh, I really like his stuff. I really do enjoy it because he talks about algo and netspeak all the time, and that's something that I have to get used to because, you know, I do this. There are abbreviations for all anime you can think of. I know, right? For sure. And there are times when someone's abbreviating something and I'm like, wait a minute, how do you know about that? And they're like, what do you mean how I know about it? Like this, like STS. I'm like, wait, what do you mean STS? Do you mean Slay the Spire? It's not Slay the Spire, by the way. That they were referring to. Or Genshin Impact, GI, right? I'm like, gastrointestinal. Well, what about your gastrointestinal problems? Do you have gastrointestinal problems? That when someone once said GI is bad, and I'm like, oh yeah, I mean, you know, when you get older, you have a lot of gastrointestinal problems. You gotta take care of your microbiota, right? Get some probiotics. Get some probiotics in your, or maybe like prebiotics. Take care of your gut, right? Gotta make sure that colon is healthy. And they're like, no, Genshin Impacto. And I'm like, what? Maybe you can get in contact, but it rarely. No, yeah, like kids, like we have to remember that Netspeak does this thing where they consistently presume you already know. You're in the know. You are, you know, you're in the know. So nowadays it's like really brief sentences in text, and I'm like, are we still talking about the same thing? It's like, oh yeah, hang on, I have a couple of these recently. Do I know ore? Orereba? Orerebe? No, I don't know what orerebe means. Did I just say something? Is that me plus? It's solo leveling in Japanese? Oh, really? Oh, I get it. Orerebe. Oh, that's interesting. Intriguing. That totally makes sense, though. Yeah. Me and level. Truncated level. instead of leberu, it's just me and lebe. I see. Makes sense. That's a clever contraction for solo leveling, which is a great show to watch in Korean, by the way, as well. It's a great show to watch in English too. I recently and coincidentally was talking about this. It's a fantastic show to watch in all 3 languages. So, like, because the English voice actor is pretty boss as well. It's great when all the languages click together, honestly. Like, recently I watched, someone said that they were watching this, so I watched it. Delicious Meshi. You think you'd ever watch anime in English except Pokemon? Oh yeah, that's fair. So Meshi, Delicious Meshi. So there's a lot of this is Delicious in Dungeon. Oh, the other way around. Sorry, Dungeon Meshi. Sorry, Dungeon Meshi. Or I forgot how they say the title, but I think this is the title that they went with. Dungeon Meshi. This was written out in English, I think. Yeah, Dungeon Meshi. I didn't know it was Triggers like Trigger Studios after their Edge Runner thing, which I am excited to watch Edge Runner season 2 coming out soon. And this was both of these are published by Netflix. So that kind of checks out because like Trigger is like the new Netflix, you know, peeps. Kind of like Wit Studio situation. They have an ongoing relationship with Netflix. It's a really wonderful show. A lot of its content is Western fantasy. So a lot of times when you listen to the English version, it kind of lines up with a lot of things that deal with like LOTOR. Lord of the Rings, right? Lord of the Rings, like Dungeons and Dragons. So sometimes English is like really synonymous with the theme. Like, I don't know if you get cringe about these things, but I really like Tolkien stuff and Dungeons and Dragons. It's kind of like Cowboy Bebop, for example. Cowboy Bebop, sci-fi is one of the major tropes of Western entertainment. So like The Expanse, Star Trek, Star Wars, all that stuff. So Cowboy Bebop, the whole bounty hunter, like the Mandalorian situation, that's when English starts hitting in cylinders with the Japanese. It feels different, but it also feels so comfortable. That, of course, is dependent on if you like Western cinema to begin with, right? I'm a sci-fi. Like, so far, despite loving like things like Steins Gate, Ghost in a Shell, and all those, and even like some of the Japanese sci-fi, most of the sci-fi that are like incredibly influential and ubiquitous is Western. So whenever a Japanese anime tries to do like a really strong sci-fi or like a Western fantasy, like Free Ren second season is airing. I watched it in the first season both English and Japanese, and the way they execute it, there's a groundedness to it because there's already a model for it, if you know what I mean. Like when you're exposed to specific expectations, voice actors and trainers and people who write these shows and stuff, they are reflective of that. They take into consideration the influences. So lately, a lot of the dungeon things is not like SAO. SAO is like the early days when they were adopting like that type of culture, right? The Westernite. Nowadays, when they're talking about like Tolkien fantasy, it's really cool to see the Tolkien. In Dungeon Meshi incorporated a lot of like elvish, like the longevity type of contemplative themes that you would find in Lord of the Rings. Not to the extent of Lord of the Rings or that way, but you still have that East meets West feeling. Something's hit harder, in my opinion, or hits very comfortably in English, and then something's hit very comfortably in Japanese. So when you watch it in Japanese, some things are like, oh, it's a shame they didn't take that plot device further, like, to channel Tolkien fantasy. But you can see that the Japanese side is right on point, like the comical timings and whatnot. But whenever they start, like when Dungeon Meshi starts spouting about like hippogriffs and griffins and like changelings and the stories of like half-foots and tall men and like dwarves, that's when I start thinking like, oh man, are they gonna go deep and have like a mad wizard? And they did. They had a mad wizard, and they had like Western portraits and feudal times. Like, it's great. And the first thing that I think about is, what does it sound like in English? Like, I've been watching, I'm on season 5, Kingdom. And this show was really rough. Like, it had a very low budget, right? But as it was going, this is it's about the Chinese warring period. So right before the first dynasty, the first emperor of Middle Kingdom was. So this is right before it, right before the Qing dynasty, the very first Chinese dynasty. And when I'm hearing the Japanese, I'm like, that's so interesting. And then when I hear the Chinese, it's like, oh, it's a Chinese drama. It sounds like a Chinese drama. And in Japanese, it's like, oh, you know what? That's kind of interesting, because when you're listening in Japanese, it sounds more like a shogun, like a shogunate portrayal of Chinese warring period. But when you hear the Chinese drama, it's like, oh, now it just sounds like a Chinese drama. And then when you hear English, I'm like, oh, now it just sounds Chinese American. So I've been watching on and off Kingdom in like the 3 languages as I see fit. They really had some controversial choices as they're going along the way. English is up to season 3, because season 1 and season 2 had a change of cast when they got picked up by Crunchyroll. And then season 4 and season 5 I've been watching in Japanese and in the Chinese dub, which is really interesting. So influences everywhere. I personally, the idea is that I want to hear them in all the languages so I can like use my experience, to see if I can compare and contrast. Chinese dub with English subs? Yeah. I mean, with Japanese subs? Yeah. Well, this is one thing that I really like about Chinese entertainment. A lot of times Chinese entertainment, what they do is, which you can do now with plugins, by the way, they use double dubs. They usually have like English at top in a smaller thing, or like sometimes it's like Canto at top and then Mandarin on the bottom, right? And that's what I do. Like, even when I watch like shows like The Pit, right now I'm watching Pit. It's a American like ER series. I would watch it with subtitles. Sometimes I would just turn on the Chinese subtitles if they have one, or they have Japanese subtitles. But if they don't, I typically have English subtitles. I'm like constantly reading and listening and stuff at all times. I think it's probably, this translates right into video games. Like, most of the games that I've played in my life, most of them are story driven games, and I got so used to like reading and speaking and watching at the same time. So I'm not the kind of guy that says like subtitles are like distracting. I kind of want to see if the people who subtitle things and compare and contrast. So it's really cool. Like, you can totally do these things. Like, it's so much fun to see how much you can gather from it. A really great series, like any like organized crime series that are English. So organized crime, technically Cowboy Bebop is organized crime. Not really, but we're talking about Cow Bebop. So like organized, like syndicate related things, because technically bounty hunters are organizations. So like a more recent one, Netflix, lots of Netflix ones like The Great Pretenders. Great Pretenders is a great one in English that I would suggest. They're con men. Great Pretenders are con men. And con men in cinema, one of the most iconic con men things are in Western television, like mafiosos and like double cross, even Hong Kong entertainment, so cop dramas and whatnot. So The Great Pretender is an anime. I think it was animated by Wit Studio. It was one of the breakout hits. It was so popular that people requested a second season, and the creator delivered on the second season. So this is like when you hear the raspiness, like the Kill Bill, you know, the Kill Bill style, the spaghetti western, like, you know, people conning each other and who's lying more. It fits really well with the English subtext. Obviously, Japanese sound amazing too. But to give an idea of where you could watch something English with Japanese subtitle if you want. Like these are series. They're definitely series that deals with cheating people, like lying, cop related things. They are great in both languages. Because the character, like I feel like the actors, you know, like the voice actors, many of the voice actors are also actors, and they would be studying film. They study film and shows, and some of the greatest, like Al Pacino, right, the Godfather, shows like that, like any Martin Scorsese film, creates that study that when you see voice actors try to speak, like especially dubbing over Japanese shows, like for example, Spy Family is kind of loose. Spy Family still has, whenever they talk about like the detection parts, like the parts where you would try to describe thoughts, it comes out a little bit more natural. But whenever it goes to like the Japanese funny, wholesome misinterpretation stuff, then it gets a little weird, because English is like, it sounds not as it doesn't have that same cadence. But when you have shows like, for example, like 38 Gundam, whenever they start getting political, right, and they talk about like mass weapons of destruction and stuff. Recently 38 was, oh no, was it called 38? Yeah, I think it's called 38. These shows I grew up with, and they translate quite well outside of the yelling and like, you know, the dramatic parts. English doesn't quite capture the same thing as Japanese. However, when they're sitting there, is 38 also an anime? Haven't heard of it. I think it's is it 38? Hold on. Sorry, it's not 38. Is it 31? It's not 31. Oh, there is an anime. There is a mafia one called 31 Days, but that's not the one I'm referring to. Is it 11? It's a number. Hold up. What is it? War, post-apocalyptic anime, has a number in it. Not Attack on Titan. The heck? What is it called? It's a number though. Someone's got to be able to tell me this. Hold up. It's not 38. Wrong. I constantly forget shows with numbers. It's only a number. It's a post-apocalyptic world. 86. 86. Yes, thank you. It's 86. Why was it 86? Yeah, 86 is fantastic. Fantastic in English. Because it leads to the political and post-apocalyptic, like it's you know, Fallout related things, right? Fallout. And then 31 is a mafioso. It's a mafioso or so. There's also banana? Banana. I'm pretty sure it's called banana. Just banana. Banana fish. Banana fish. It takes place in the United States. Banana fish. That's also a good one in English. Largely because they're modeled after English, like they're modeled after English settings, and then the stuff is influenced off English things, like Italian and or American, like the, you know, the gangs of New York situation and whatnot. Ooh, one that's really great in a different language. I'm not sure if I've ever heard if they dubbed it over in German, but Monster. Yeah, Monster. When you have long, like, monologues and you hear them in English, it's actually really foreboding. Like, when you hear long, villainous monologues in English. Monster, the main, like, quote-unquote villain, Johann Monster is great. I think the silent hit for me is the Odd Taxi. Odd Taxi in English. Again, I'm cherry picking because I'm going to tell you, I'm not saying that English is like consistent across the board. The idea is to give an idea of trying to listen to English and then using Japanese subtitles. It's a trip, man. Being able to like listen to English and immediately know what the Japanese sentence is going to be like. It's a really fun exercise that I do. Odd Taxi is a fantastic show that leads into English dialogue. This is a common format. I talked about this quite a bit. It's a common format for English shows. And the people they hired, a lot of the voice actors also come from these particular things. It's pretty neat. Anyways, something to look for. Have you seen 86? Have you seen any of these shows, mister? I think Orb might be good in English. I haven't watched Orb yet. I know the current season concluded. I haven't watched Orb. I do want to watch Orb. It's like Galilean related, you know, Galileo stuff. So there is a chance I'll probably watch this in mix, like both English and Japanese, to see what Orb is like. It's about I guess astronomy in a way. Pretty much it's about astronomy. It's set in a Western setting. You haven't yet? Yeah, 86 is pretty wonderful. It reminds me of what Gundam was before. I'm not sure if Gundam is like that now. I think Gundam, since it's like Destiny days, like when Gundam Seed started happening, it kind of started gravitating towards less of the westernized war grim things and got into more fantastical, like Code Geass things. But 86, that's the Gundam like thing that I enjoyed back then. Or like it's kind of more like Ava, right? Evangelion mixed things. It's brutal. Like the show is brutal. Wars are mean. Like battle for survival is mean. I mean, you can kind of say that that's what made Attack on Titan, right? It's the brutality of war, like hate and malice and survival that make those shows, in those series, incredibly palpable. And it kind of plays well into both languages, honestly. Like when it comes to brutality of war, there's no shortage of like war reference films from both Japan and English media. Like, I mean, if you want to see one that really like pretty much sums up the stuff, Grave of the Fireflies, right? From a different perspective, it's such a interesting, I think Grave of the Fireflies is a wonderful like Japanese capturing of it. If it's English, it can be any war film, like Letters from Iwo Jima, for example. Letters from Iwo Jima, which is contrasted with founding. Hang on. Flags of Our Father. If you want to, oh, here's something that you could practice your Japanese with. If you ever heard of this thing, it's a Clint Eastwood production. So Clint Eastwood made a pair of movies. These are live action movies, but there is a special relationship between these. So Flag of Our Fathers and Letters from Iwo Jima is the same event told from Japan's perspective and Americana. So it's about Iwo Jima, Iwo Jima, like the island, and there are a pair of movies, and it's directed by the same person, Clint Eastwood, and you get to hear the English, the American side of things, and then you get to see the Japanese side of things. And it is not this is entirely Japanese scripted, and this is entirely English scripted. So not only are you not watching the same movie, you're watching two perspectives of a skirmish that happens in an island. And this is what I mean by highlighting wars. In Western film, whenever there's a Western film director, wars are incredibly brutal. And it happened, like, it's a very common theme. I know that Japanese industry also makes war films, but they don't necessarily make war films in a way that I get from like shows like 86 and Gundam. So this is a cool one, just to illustrate some points. Anyways, you don't want to be rude, but that sadly you have to go now. Oh yeah, no worries. No worries. Yeah, no. This is very normal, mister. If you stayed for the first 15 minutes, 30 minutes, I usually talk and expound upon things until someone has to leave, right? So definitely I look forward to whatever you're interested in the future. Obviously no obligations, but definitely let me know how everything turns out. You're probably one of the more experienced people that I know. Levels 30, like level 60 WaniKani a few years ago. That's crazy. Way to go. Very much for, yeah, no problems. This kind of dialogue with you, even though you're just chatting. Yeah, no worries. Anytime. This is what I do most of the time. Like yesterday, we spent 10 hours doing this. So, you're always welcome. Share your interest. I really would love to hear what you're watching and whatnot, and then I can like pick up the show, because like I pick up most of the shows and interest of other people in order to have more things to talk about. By the way, take care, right? Stay safe if you're going to bed, or you just take care of yourself, right? stay sharp, and I'll catch you around. It's been a privilege. It's a privilege to have some company. Yeah, until next time. Mata ne. Yoroshiku onegai shimasu. Right. Hey. Hey, Dean. Whoops. Hey, Dean.
丝帕，
他有一条丝帕，
Horse and pig. The heck? Heck is this? Something makes me want to type Qian, but that doesn't sound right, does it?
"沸点，
水的沸点是100度。
拎，
This is like pointing, doing some swing. Oh no, it's not swing. Getting him to carry something. Oh, lift, like lift with one's hand. Okay.
负，嚷，劣势，
在比赛中，我们一直处于劣势。
I have 3. Why? What's happening? It's not this. That's all I got. How can you have a horse and a pig and not remember what it is? Dang. Is the horse chasing the pig, or is the pig chasing the horse? Dang it. It's high for sure. Oh, yeah, okay. It doesn't matter. It's just whoever is chasing whoever. Something makes me want to type
残，
Ooh. A shame?
害，
Or shocked?
换，卖，红枣，
红枣可以用来煮汤。
宜人，
这家咖啡厅有宜人的气氛。
Maybe pleasant will work. Delightful. Ji shi, ji shi shi主目。
举世瞩目，
世界杯的决赛一直举世瞩目。
矩阵，
他在研究一个复杂的矩阵。
大蒜，
我喜欢大蒜的味道。
Too, me too. All right. So what happened here? What are these two ear? Maybe it's
逆，
okay. Heck, it's wait. It's fear.
灿，
I don't know why that's ton. Oh, brilliant.
惩罚，
他因为说谎被父母惩罚了。
融洽，
他们在工作中保持融洽关系。
Probably like two on good terms. That doesn't seem some. Oh. Heck! It's not. What? Huh. Huh. Dang.
Pu.
Why the heck is that pool? Okay.
恶劣，
他在恶劣的环境中成长。
害人，
他说了一个害人的故事。
鼻涕，
他用卫生纸擦掉鼻涕。
What? Okay.
誓言，
朋友间的誓言应该
撕毁，
他撕毁了旧照片。
What is that? Tear. It could be tear open or tear up. Probably tear up. Same difference.
烘干，
这台机器能快速烘干衣物。
What in the
岩浆
world?
我们需要避开岩浆流。
Oh.
冤案，
这起冤案让很多人感到愤怒。
What is? Oh, wait. I already got this right. Heck! He got the two right, and then just surviving during the. This like Hardo, okay. Not that great. Really not good enough.
橡皮擦，
我用橡皮擦擦掉了错误。
What? Oh man. What is this? Elder brother's wife?
扫，
Okay, so what happened here? It's definitely no, right? It's not. Oh, then what? Oh no. I don't what? Dude, I want to type rubber trees so badly, but I don't see how that lines up with the ghost in the tree. Oh no, that's because it doesn't.
槐树，
公园里有一排槐树，
Okay.
阔，瞎说，
他常常瞎说一些奇怪的事情。
So then it's gotta be Hoang, which is the onion. Man, I went through all of them. Oh, now I'm not sure. Well, let me clarify these. So all the radios, right? They've got yeah, it's the handle with the droppings. Then Tsung, and then we have Nao, which is the annoy. It deals with the stream that's supposed to flood with the soul. And the chimney. And then the other ones are fine. Okay. Okay, yeah. Alright. Alright.
"帆板，
他喜欢在海边玩帆板。
砍柴，
我们用斧头砍柴。
煮，坠毁，
直升机在山区坠毁了。
屋，
Heck, out the crows and the oh, it's hum.
秀，
Dude, what is up with all these? Oh no.
标，葱，嫂嫂，
我的嫂嫂很温柔。
蜡笔，
孩子喜欢用蜡笔画画。
分拣，
图书馆必须分拣书籍。
What? Oh. Typo.
“崩塌”，
大雨后山坡崩塌了。
Oh, that's not true. That's not true at all. In mountain? 见面非常不what is that? Me? Me? So that's Yun. Yun. Oh man, Yun doesn't get any better. We're gonna change Yun. Doesn't even help. Fall just okay. How I'm using fall is not. We'll go try to use fall in a different way.
鸡，嫂子，
我的嫂子很善良。
It's supposed to be a die.
“倒塌”，
台风造成了多栋房屋倒塌。
熬夜，
他昨天熬夜读书。
All night is fine.
渣，
What? Well, this. Okay.
翘尾巴，
表现好是好事，但别翘尾巴。
朦胧，
他的记忆已经变得有些朦胧。
靴子，
他穿着棕色的靴子。
What? Could have sworn that's supposed to be arm. The bull is correct. The G is not? Oh, heckin' silence. The non-traditional silence. Okay, that's fine. Good boy. Good boy. Why is that not correct? Oh, it's Ju. What the? Dude, these members though. Yeah, these members are terrifying. So that's another member, right? Yeah, that's 2 members in a row. Right, we're gonna combine them.
胳膊，
我的胳膊昨天受伤了。
铲，
Yeah, that has to do. We're gonna have to convert the member into.
陨石，
陨石的表面非常粗糙，
The member has to do with the character. Otherwise, both of them suck because they don't. The other thing doesn't deal with them.
鞠躬，
每个人在典礼上鞠躬。
What happened here? I thought this was Cokes. Oh, I typed the wrong thing.
捅，烫伤，
他在做饭时烫伤了手指。
Excuse me? One's definitely overturned, and then the other one is Oh, that's shoes. Whoop. I'm okay with that. Be bothered.
侠，
5:30.
“如出一辙”，
这2起事件如出一辙，令人惊讶。
just same.
雪靴，
我的雪靴很保暖。
It's different from
履带，
这种履带不容易坏。
how's this different from oh cowboy.
棺材，
那具棺材是用木头做的。
浇水，
他每天都给花园浇水。
治，功勋，
这是他获得的功勋奖章。
瞎子，
瞎子不能看到东西。
糖浆，
你想要一点糖浆吗？
经营啊，经营，经营梯，经营机，经营梯透，
晶莹剔透，
漏珠在叶子上滴落，晶莹剔透。
yellow? Okay.
搓，
Oh, this one's. Oh. What?
药膏，
请把药膏涂在伤口上。
That's not it? Oh no, I'm thinking of espionage. Mitigate. Gong. No, song. Not that good. It's not that good. Something about it. I don't really know what to do about this. And it just sucks in general. Maybe we'll make it about the Krusty Krab or something.
月， 送
The vocabulary has, it's fine. The character itself just kind of sucks with the word litigate. Should use like the word sue or something. Oh, it's in.
脑
Oh, 然 Same difference.
焕然一新
他剪了新发型，看起来焕然一新。
Alright. We got 6. That seems fairly reasonable. And now we're back to the usual. It's almost 6 a.m. though. We went through with it. Okay. So what do we have? Wow. Xing. Where's the Shi? Oh no, it's Lee. Dang it, it's Luke Skywalker, not. Lee. Qian. Lei. Gwen. E. Lee. I mean Lu. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. This one kind of sucks. Chaotic. Jin. Yeah, we're not gonna go over any of these because these are from previous. I'm gonna focus on the 6 from today. Gotta write those. Qingtie. Bai Shu. Qitie. Can't read that.不瞒你说 WaniKani. 香爱在眼蛮五骚. Alright. So the 6 for today is Lao. Lao needs a swap up because it's a special container. I mean, technically a gel is a special container. Chu is outrageous. Oh no, wait. Flower. Flower container. Snowflake. Net. Oh no, no container. It's net. Elder, sun. Potato. And to line this up with other shu. Oh man. Hoang. I'm so triggered by Hoang. Do Barrister Wig have 3 strokes? I don't know. Seems like that might be one too many. Hold both hands. Yeah, yen. All. This is gonna be lined up with Shen. Merit and Song. Sue. I think I skipped one. No, I didn't. That's 6. Alright, let's go and try to... Laos? Sure. Does it look like a Lao? Not really. Ooh, it does line up with prison later down the road though. Oh, an expensive enclosure. Trying to take care of a cow, right? Cow got into the container of special elvish wheat. That's a response. So he placed them into a special container. Special gel container. Keep the cows from getting into the container of Elvish wheat. Okay. I don't think I have anything that's remotely close to it. It's the only cow. Is this the only cow dollhouse combination? As well? No, yeah, no. Yes. Sort of. This is kind of close. Alright, so we got... That's identifiable. Shu is not. Shu does combine with so many other things. Belong to... Oh man, belong to should have given... So... Yep. We're gonna combine it with... There's also Shu, the sign in the future. Alright. I'm gonna link Shu to belong to. Wait, is the flower still there? That's kind of... No. I don't think so, right? Yeah. Oh, no, wait. It's not that similar, actually. Unless I wrote this incorrectly. Yeah, it's really not that similar. Duh. We wait till we get Shu. Okay, how can we change this then? So Sherlock is in basement during the day looking for the whereabouts of an elder. Interesting. The flowers and potatoes. Suggest that the flowers and potatoes were still fresh and green in the net, indicating that the elder had recently been around within the day's time. Sure. Barrister wig and the... I mean, this one's pretty good. The finger thing, though. Unfortunately, Patrick struggled to hold the corn stalk with both hands because it's a starfish. No fingers. Lacking dexterous fingers. So he proceeds to parade around, dropping and fumbling corn, parade around with just the barrister wig while fumbling around, dropping corn stalks everywhere. Okay. Do you want to write? Maybe all the members of his team, where he's trying to figure out what has happened to all that have fallen ill. After visiting the neighboring hills, went through a pile of medical documents of other members of the infirmary, records to see what happened, other members. And this one doesn't really hit hills. Maybe shadowy hills. On ill to shadowy curse. Sure. Yeah. Shen he has to let's see. SRX front of the infirmary as one of the members of the medical staff for mental health. He was able to accommodate incoming mutants with various powers of strength, muscular, supernaturally strong muscular arms, to help them recover so they can become standing members of the mutant society, worthy of the merits are shared with him. Okay. The mutant medical litigate. We're just gonna stick with Sue. He's chilling in the hot spring with the other monks, but he ended up soaking the entire hot spring up, making it difficult for any of the public visitors, local monks to enjoy the spring. They kicked him out and banned him from hot spring and threatened to sue him for interfering with public access. The hot spring, I don't know. This rough. Okay, until we get lawsuit, which is tomorrow probably. All right, 6 a.m. it is. All right, folks, that's a wrap. Had a interesting conversation, met a new person. Hopefully, have more future casual conversations about language learning. Veteran, 5 years, and completed WaniKani. Really nice. All right. Until next time, if you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself, give it a try. Let me know what you think. Hopefully, I can exchange some notes, exchange some stories with a new person who's interested. Always nice to have different perspectives, discuss different strategies, ideas, and interest. Right? Encourage each other. Use the old noggin. Keep it fresh, young. Until next time, 大家下次见. 感谢观看. Thank you for watching. See you guys next time. Bye bye.